Okay, welcome everybody. Today is the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County regular meeting on Wednesday, April 8th, 2020. We are in the middle of the social distancing period of the coronavirus pandemic. And in the room we have two commissioners, Patty Clapper and myself. The other three commissioners are all on a Zoom meeting from home. And anybody wishing to join the meeting needs to call in on, well, I'll tell you when we get to the public comment time. I'll tell you the phone number then. And you can also view this on Grassroots TV on your computer. We have one addition, at least one addition to the agenda, and that is a proclamation of the board commemorating National Public Health Week, and we need a motion to put that on the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to add it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So we are going to do this proclamation first. John, are there any other additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, Steve, that is the only one I have. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to do a proclamation now, and Patty and I are in the room.
We'll have to stay this far apart, so.
Yeah. So this is a proclamation commemorating National Public Health Week. Whereas if ever there was a time to commemorate National Public Health Week, now is the time. Pitkin County is facing the biggest health crisis since the influenza epidemic in 1918, and our public health department has been on the front lines since the first positive case became known to our community on Sunday, March 8th. And whereas normally during National Public Health Week we share statistics about how Pitkin County consistently ranks in the top 10 healthiest counties in the state when it comes to quality of life, education level achieved, diet and exercise, income and employment. While those statistics over time are certain to hold true, right now our community, along with communities all over the world, is dealing with uncertainty about the virility of this new virus, uncertainty about the ability of our healthcare systems to manage a surge, and uncertainty about the impact of the shutdown on our economy. And whereas this week during National Public Health Week, the Pitkin County Public Health Department is working at an intensity and pace that even the most seasoned public health experts have never experienced in their careers. They have been working nonstop for the past month, usually 12 to 14-hour days and weekends, doing jobs they never imagined they'd be doing. And whereas our Pitkin County Public Health team is the subject matter expert for the community hotline and for the many information teams, including the media, who are relying on them for the best information available, our public health team is conducting all of the contact tracing to find out and notify those who test positive for COVID-19 and who have been in contact with someone who has the illness. They are making the heartbreaking calls to sick people in isolation and quarantine. They are advising us on the latest guidance from the Centers for Disease Control to help us understand the public health orders they must initiate. They work with experts to put together personal protective equipment guidance and testing criteria and mine the data to determine reputable and effective resources for our community. And whereas the members of our scrappy public health department never knew they'd be starring in educational videos to help the community understand the rapid fire information we're receiving about things like testing, using face masks, and more. Whereas, unlike healthcare workers on the front lines, public health work is fairly silent and hard to understand fully, but this team is saving lives too. Our community is scared and angry and confused, and sometimes this angst is taken out directly on our public health team that is doing its best every single day to respond to this crisis in our beloved community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that as we commemorate National Public Health Week, we ask our community to join us in virtually blowing a kiss, shaking hands with, giving a pat on the back to, and thanking our public health team, who is dedicated to seeing us through this unprecedented event, dated this 8th day of April, 2020. So, blow a kiss
So the public health,
to
you
public
guys are
health
the best.
and do a fist bump to public health also.
Phew. We thank them from the bottoms of our heart and from our clean lungs and our astute brains here.
So, I'm not sure if anyone from public health has joined us on the Zoom meeting. Karen or anybody, are you here with us?
Jordana's here.
Jordana.
Oh, look.
Jordana, would you like to make a comment about being honored during this proclamation?
Well, thank you very much we've gotten lots of emails today having it, folks know that it's Public Health Week, and we've got some other members of our public health team that I see up here, Diana Andrews and Kelly Pazar. The rest, and Jenny Lyons is here. The rest of the team is hard at work at the incident management team headquarters, just continuing to take what comes at us day by day, hour by hour, and respond in the best way that we can. We've had great support from our county and municipal partners, law enforcement agencies, and I've been saying today that this is the first Public Health Week that we haven't had to take the whole week to explain what public health is.
So thank you, Jordana. Big high five to you. And all of the team working on this. You guys are the new heroes for Picken County right now. So, moving on to public comments. Now, this is a time if anybody from the public wishes to make a comment, you should call 1-346-248-7799. I'll repeat that. 1-346-248-7799. And then you can join us. We have a microphone right here by the phone that you would have your comments broadcast. So we had one woman on earlier, and are you still there? Can you unmute her at this point?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Okay. Okay.
Hello, my name's Nate. I don't know if I'm in queue for public comment.
Yes, you are, and if you could mute, don't mute your phone, but if you have your computer turned on, mute it.
This is Eden.
So there.
I received a message from you about installing some blinds.
That's Eden.
That yeah.
That's Eden.
Okay, yeah. Where are you at, Adam?
BOCC, Colorado, 110.
That's Eden Vardy. We need to mute him.
So let's see.
Is that permacutionist?
Okay, first gentleman who was talking, you can go ahead now and speak.
Okay, thank you very much. My name's Nate Lang, and I'm a fifth-generation Colorado native. My great-great-grandfather was a silver mine foreman for Horace Tabor and in Ashcroft, and my great-grandmother was born in Ashcroft. Got major ties to the Aspen community, moved there in 1998, and one of the first people I met was Dr. Lee Mulcahy, And I know that you guys are all familiar with him and that this has been an ongoing issue for years with the county. And I think it's only appropriate and responsible right now that this eviction moratorium extends to every resident of Pitkin County. Dr. Mulcahy was a beloved instructor for SKICO. I was also a SKICO employee at the time. And he attempted to unionize instructors because of the extremely small percentage of the private lesson fee that instructors are paid. And they're expected to basically live off of gratuities, which is not always a guarantee. The APSHA system right now is about to turn into a giant retirement community because members or beneficiaries of the housing plan are allowed to remain in their homes after retirement. And so now the Aspen community is basically going to be subsidizing the retirement of people. Dr. Mulcahy has worked in Aspen, and because of him standing up to the Crown family and the SKICO, he has become basically a pariah in the community and has been unable to find work specifically because of this. He even applied to be a janitor at the high school and was turned down for that. I don't know how someone with a PhD can be that's willing to humble themselves by working in that level of service is denied something like that. But right now, this is in multiple courts, and there should be an injunction against this eviction. And also, you guys are offering waivers to work requirements of any APSHA beneficiary, and that obviously and definitely should be extended to him. Forcing someone out of their house during a worldwide pandemic is nothing short of cruelty and a possible death sentence. And this should absolutely be taken off the table. There have been other people who have been cited for violations of policies that have been allowed to pay fines, and the only reason it seems to me that this hasn't been offered to Dr. Mulcahy is out of pure spite and vindictiveness. And I guess that's really all I have to say. I mean, he's paid tens of thousands of dollars in property taxes, and him and his mother are both very active in charitable organizations in Aspen, in Pitkin County, and around the world. And this is a company town, obviously. The Crown's probably being the largest landowners or private owners in the whole county, and it's obvious that they've done nothing other than make it their personal mission to destroy his credibility and destroy his livelihood, and now they want to destroy his right to shelter.
Okay.
I guess that's my comment.
Thank you very much. Your comments are duly noted. We appreciate you calling in. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, next
Hi
on.
there. This is Rochelle Warnart, and I'm standing on behalf of Lee Mulcahy as well, and I just want my voice to be heard.
Okay, go ahead, Rochelle. Make your comment. Or is that all?
Great. My comment, that's it. I'm just standing with him. All the sentiments that Nate just said were duly noted for myself as well, and I would just say that I'm standing for Lee Mulcahy in this time where communities can come together and support one another.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Appreciate your comment.
Rochelle.
Yes, it's
Rochelle.
Rochelle. It's Rochelle Warnart. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Thank you so much for hearing me. I appreciate you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay. Next, now, could I remind everyone when you are on the phone to be sure to mute your laptop or your computer if you're watching this on Grassroots, so we don't get feedback from that. And also there's a delay, like a 45-second delay from the broadcast to when you're actually talking. So next person, go ahead, please.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. My name is Bonnie Thomas, and I am also standing with Lee Mulcahy and his mom. I think they're being treated unfairly, and I agree with the last two people and their comments, and I'm also here to stand with them.
Okay. Thank you, Bonnie. Your comments are noted. Thank you for calling.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Next person. Do we have someone else wishing to speak right now?
I would like to speak.
Okay.
This is Sean.
Go ahead.
This is Sean Cox. So imagine there's a heaven and a hell, and you have to account for your actions for eternity. You oversee the APSHA Housing Authority and are responsible for the damage they do to this society, allowing them to make up rules as they go to force people out of their homes and disregard sanctity of homeownership. Open your eyes to the corruption going on before you. If you were to take an anonymous survey of the residents, I think you would find that the majority of them live in fear because of the blatant disregard the board has the citizens of this community and the purpose of APSHA. Again, I would request that Lee be able to pay fines and keep the house he built with his own hands. And I would also just like to say thank you for all the effort you are putting into this COVID virus and how you are trying to protect and keep this community safe.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments, Sean. We appreciate them. Next caller.
This is Sandy Mulcahy.
Hi, Sandy. We can hear you.
All right. APSHA has passed a number of new rules and regulations that I have heard about. And why can't we pay fines and do community service rather than lose the house that my late husband and Lee built? Or do you all prefer the notoriety of evicting an 84-year-old widow? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Sandy. We appreciate you calling in. Next caller.
Okay, I'm next. Nobody is saying anything. Okay, my name is Jan Van Noorden. I'm the Flying Dutchman. And I am standing with Lee Mulcahy and his whole family. God is watching. He built this beautiful home with his own hands. So hear this, God is watching. We're living in tremendous changing times. So we all bless you, everybody coming on this telephone call, and we stand all the way with the family. Lee Mulcahy. Thank you so much. My name is Jan Van Noorden. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Jan. We appreciate your comment. That's a nice nickname, too. I like the Flying Dutchman. Next caller.
Yes, this is Hans Van Noord. I am the twin brother of Jan Van Noord, the Flying Dutchman, and I would like to stand with Lee and his family on this urgent matter, that I believe that Aspen needs to have this man reinstated and have them back in their beautiful home with his mom, who got evicted, being in her 80s. And so we stand with the family right now and to ask that God will bless and give them back their property right away. Thank you for your support for Lee and his family. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Hans. We appreciate your call. Next caller. Is there another caller?
You might want to point out to people on the phone call that they need to push *6 to unmute themselves.
Okay, yeah, and we're doing mute. We're able to mute and unmute here also, but if someone to talk, you need to possibly unmute your own phone by pushing a mute button or pushing *6 on your phone. We still have a couple of numbers up there who are maybe trying to get through. Is there anyone else there?
Steve, this is Lee Mulcahy. Can you hear me?
Yes, Lee, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm, of course, grateful for many things. Of course, having a 84-year-old mom who's the pistol. And during this week of Passover, which is a holiday about freedom and about liberty, I would just like to remind Mr. Newman and Mr. Poshman, I don't know if you are celebrating today, but this I wanted to read something from the book of Psalms. And this is specifically directed to Mr. Newman, who basically runs roughshod over my family's rights as chair of, or on the APSHA board. It's Psalm 73:6, and it said, "Therefore pride is their necklace. They clothe themselves with violence. From their callous hearts comes iniquity. The evil conceits of their minds know no limits. They scoff and speak with malice. In their arrogance, they threaten oppression." And as always, I'd like to remind this board that my family stood out in front of City Market and the courthouse, and we collected over 2,000 signatures from rabbis, from pastors, from policemen, from sheriffs, asking for you to give us 15 minutes of your time. And this committee and APSHA has failed to do so. I was on the homeless call yesterday when I was able to, and I would just point out that in the spirit of peace and negotiation, to encourage a settlement with this lawless board of APSHA, we gave $10,000 to the homeless shelter. And I was on a call yesterday, and Mike Kudrowski, the executive director, once again spouted his propaganda, which is full of falsehoods. And he said APSHA is not evicting anyone. And so I called him on that, and I asked him, and he said, "Well, that doesn't include you and or your family." And I think that's real shameful. And it's unfortunate that my art records, I'm ready to show them anytime. Bring them in, show you that. But just so that I could show you. I applied for janitor at Pitkin County. I applied for deputy. I applied for janitor at the school because I love this community, and my family is devoted to it. And we're here in a spirit of peace and negotiation, ready to show compliance at any time, ready to pay fines, ready to do community service. Thank you so much for your time, and I really appreciate this committee, unlike APSHA, allowing citizens to actually public comment. And thank you for all your efforts for our community with COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee, for your comments. I think we have one more caller. Next caller, last caller can speak. Go ahead. Okay.
The bird outside.
Okay, are there any other members of the public wishing to make public comment at this time? We hear someone's bird chirping.
I think he's outside. Is he outside the
over
window?
the phone.
That's my bird outside my window.
Oh, it is?
Okay.
I thought it was here.
Okay.
It sounds like it's right here.
Yeah, it does sound like it's right in the room. Okay. That will end the public comment period of our meeting. Next, we will have commissioner comments.
I'll start.
So we'll start with Patty. She's here in the room. I can see her easier.
I want to thank everyone who is, and I want to encourage those who aren't, taking our public health mandate seriously. When these public mandates are put forward, they're done so very seriously in order to protect public health in our community and throughout the state and throughout the country. So I appreciate everyone taking social distancing seriously, limiting your gatherings to 5 people or less, and of course, washing hands and all the hygiene that comes with that. But in light of that, I know it's been difficult. It's going to be difficult for a few more weeks, maybe longer. We don't know. So please bear with us and bear with your friends and your neighbors and your family. And it's kind of hard to wish everyone a happy Easter since we won't be having our Easter activities like we usually do in this community. But there is an end in sight at some point, and we will all be joined together again, hopefully sooner than later. So please be safe out there and take the precautions as required by the public health mandates. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Commissioners at home, and I can't see you on the screen right now. Could you raise your hand or, okay, Kelly, we'll do Kelly first.
All right, thanks, Steve. Yeah, I will echo what Patty said and also just elaborate a little bit farther. As you know, our public health orders have become even more restrictive. We're still practicing social distancing. We have limited gatherings to groups of 5. And we're asking people to stay at home unless they have to conduct essential activities. Now, I want to really clarify something because as the weather is very nice, I think there is some confusion between how recreation and exercise fit into the public health order and what that means for gathering size and social distancing. To be very clear, the public health order indicates no gatherings with people outside of your household. That includes outdoor play dates are prohibited, group exercise is prohibited. Of the public health order that's discussing gatherings of 5 relates to when you have to conduct an essential activity. So when you have to go and do essential business, you will practice social distancing in a group of less than 5. Again, you are to limit your activities to those in your individual household unless necessary. And I know that it is really, really tough, and I know this can be confusing. So again, no gatherings, no outdoor play dates, no group exercise. Please adhere to that. We are looking at the next few weeks as being incredibly instrumental to how our community here and communities across Colorado fare with the COVID-19 virus. You've heard from our enforcement agencies that they are taking this very seriously, that while they retain community policing as their preferred approach, that they will come down and enforce violations of the public health order. And the BOCC supports them in that. The BOCC supports enforcement of our public health order. We're reaching out to our DA and our AG to also support enforcement of the public health orders when necessary. I know testing continues to be incredibly frustrating. I'm frustrated. I have been frustrated. I've indicated to people that I've tried to do what I can to look for PPE to support our healthcare workers, our testing protocols, and it is still very high on everybody's concern list. Our IMT is working. They are researching daily both new ways to diagnose COVID-19 and also tests that can look for antibodies for those who may have contracted it, and are developing a testing plan for our community once we've decided on a test that is going to provide accurate information and is available to us. These are big, outstanding questions. Again, they research them daily. And I really understand the frustration because we know that in a normal outbreak of a disease, testing, isolation, quarantine are the ways to approach this. And we do not have the resources that we need to do that in this case with this disease that is new and its behavior is not fully known. So thank you for everybody's patience. We will continue to communicate about that. Additionally, I want to actually take this moment to request some clarification if John Peacock could jump in here. I've received calls from citizens concerned about interactions they've had with people whose dogs are off leash. I believe that we've had public health guidance to indicate that dogs should remain on leash during this time in order to limit human-to-human interaction. And I don't know if John can just jump in on that. I didn't find it in our recent public health order.
Yeah, Kelly, it's not part of our public health order per se, but at all times, owners should have their dogs under control. And there are very few areas where dogs are allowed off leash. And if they are not under strict voice control, those animals definitely need to be on a leash so as to avoid that person-to-person contact. So we'd encourage all pet owners, I'm one of them, that needs to have their dogs on basically on leashes and under control to avoid those types of interactions. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And I would like to just say one more thing on COVID is in the absence of the data that we would like to have, the best information for the public to rely on is the number of positive tests that were, or cases that we're receiving and the number of hospitalizations and deaths. That's the information that can be known. That is the information that comes to us from CDPHE for the positive cases, regardless of who did the testing, and for looking at, the impact and the number and severity of cases of illness happening in our community. The good news there is because we have been managing to our healthcare's capacity and our hospital's capacity with all of the public health orders and guidance, we've been doing a really good job. And we have been able to keep that at a manageable level where our hospital is not overrun. And then finally, I've received comments from folks who are wondering why the BOCC is working on anything that's not COVID related. And I can understand that question. Obviously, there's a ton of work that COVID has on everybody's plates. But I'd also like to say, Pickton County, we have been really, really fortunate that our budget situation is such where we have not had to look at reducing our staff or cutting back staff or cutting benefits. And so we have staff who are continuing to work and continuing to do their jobs, and they continue to meet our guidance on projects and policies. And so, we're committed. We're looking on a week-to-week basis about what we're able to accomplish to continue to move work forward, because that's important too. And it's important for our staff who we've retained and who are being expected to produce their work as well. So I appreciate that concern. I think as folks raise that concern on any policies that we might be undertaking, that if they believe there's a clear nexus with how COVID is relating to it, to bring that up in any outreach as well. So thank you to everybody. Stay healthy. Happy Easter and happy Passover to those who celebrate. And for everyone else, take care of yourselves, and we are thinking about you constantly.
Thank you, Kelly. And Patty had a follow-up comment to that.
Yeah, thank you. Kelly, I received a call too about dogs, and I did reach out and left a message for Gary Tannenbaum with Open Space and Trails, just asking him that the rangers be a little more sensitive and vigilant in the leash law, or the fact that dogs need to be under voice control if they're off leash, and practicing the social distancing goes beyond people to people. It goes to dogs and people. So we need to also keep that in mind. So I did follow up with Gary. Just wanted to let you know.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Okay. George or Greg, does either of you have comments you want to make? Go ahead.
Go ahead, George. Oh, okay. Thanks. Thanks, Patty and Kelly. Some of those points I was going to make. I think we probably all received the call regarding the family that had a young dog that was jumping up and down on them. It's interesting that we just heard recently how animals now can be carriers. And again, we're constantly learning new things about this virus. So animals can be carriers. That's a whole new venue. So we need to really be cognizant of that. And
I felt like on our side of the end, we said that animal fur was not viable for holding the virus long term. Wasn't that what we determined?
I don't know, but let me finish my comments.
Yeah, I don't know who that was, George. Sorry.
Am I still on?
Yeah,
yes,
you're on.
Still on, George. Go ahead, George.
Okay. Anyway, let's move on from that topic. I want to really acknowledge and thank Jackie Whitsett, 20 years public servant, trustee for the town of Basalt, mayor for the town of Basalt. I had the opportunity to have served with her for 11 years now on RAFTA. She's just an amazing, dedicated public service. So I really want to thank Jackie for all of her time and her commitment in terms of trying to making our community, our valley, a better place to live. And with that, as Jackie is passing the torch to our old friend Bill Kane, I want to congratulate Bill, and I look forward to working with you, Bill, and continuing all the great work that the town of Basalt and Pickett County have done together. So thank you.
Thank you, George. Greg?
Thank you. Regarding the dog issue, I think I received that same call as well. And I would just like to ask the public to remind people on the trail to keep their dogs on a leash. Now more than ever, these are unique circumstances. So let's obey the leash laws to a fault rather than letting it slide. This is important. If your dog jumps up on somebody, that is just not acceptable at this point, and it really never has been. So the public should know unequivocally, as all the commissioners have said, we need to follow the rules. Keep your dog. Your dog could be an asymptomatic carrier of the COVID-19. We don't know for sure, but let's not take a chance. That's the first thing. Second, I am still getting calls regarding our landfill, and I've been reassuring the public that we're working on solutions for dropping recycling and protocols at the landfill. It's a big concern in the community, and just so everyone knows, we're hearing from them, and I know our staff is working on a solution for that. Also, I wanted to add my congratulations and thankfulness to the Public Health Department for all the work they've done, and on National Public Health Day, Recognition Day, I'm really grateful for them. Additionally, I'd love to also thank Jackie for her work in Basalt, and congratulate Bill Kane and the other candidates who were elected. Finally, I also just wanted to thank the governor for his advisement on masks. I think that we're at a point now where really it's socially acceptable, and it's actually there's a certain approval I think we get when we wear our masks in public. I'm carrying this one for now. At home, I don't wear it on my face, but in public, I will be whenever I go out again. And I want to make sure people understand this is the thing to do now. Wear the mask, okay? And who knows how the public health directives will change, but it seems to be common sense in the community now. And finally, I had to address the comments from Mr. Mulcahy. I think are very close to being out of line. And I just want to say that I stand with our religious community. I stand with our community in supporting religious freedom, the freedom to speak, but I also support the responsibility in communication. And I think I've just got to say that what Mr. Mulcahy says is designed to upset, and I want to apologize to the public for having to hear him. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Greg. And I'll do my comments now. This is the first time I've been in Aspen since March 11th, the last regular Board of County Commissioners meeting that I attended. It was almost a month ago. I have been washing my hands countless times every day for more than a month now. We have really changed our habits. I did get sick for a couple of weeks during the time I was not coming to town, and I may or may not have had the COVID virus until there is some sort of testing of antibodies in your blood. We won't be able to tell for sure. But I have changed my patterns. When I came to town today, normally I would ride the RAFTA bus, but at this time with social distancing rules, it's important for people to just stay away from other people as much as possible. So I drove my car most of the way. I parked it outside on the outskirts of Aspen and rode my bicycle into our county building today. So it was my first day on the bicycle. And I have my scarf that I have my scarf on when I'm going out in public places or by other people. It's important that people do not let your guard down now. We have gone a long way towards flattening the curve here in Pitkin County, and I think across the state of Colorado, because people have been respecting these rules for social distancing, for staying at home, for only going out for essential tasks. Since there's about a 2-week period where someone who has the virus would be shedding and potentially passing it on to other people, you really need to stay in isolation for more than 2 weeks to get that amount of extra assurity that you're not passing it on. So if you are with your family members in your home, if one of you has the virus, maybe all of you end up getting it if you stay isolated for a couple of weeks. That little offshoot of the virus then dies out and will not be passed on to other people. Now, when you go to do an essential function like going to the grocery store or going to pick up some medicine at the drugstore or something like that, that is the time when you really need to take some extra precautions, to wear a mask, to wash your hands before you go, to use hand sanitizer, to wipe off the handles of your car and your steering wheel, to wash your hands when you get home, but above all, to never ever touch your face. That is the hardest habit in the world to break, and I think
it really is.
all of us have experienced that. You get an itch on your nose. How do you scratch that itch without touching your face?
Very carefully.
You have to do it very carefully. So don't let your guard down. Everybody, please keep following the rules. We'd probably have several more weeks where we're going to have to continue doing this at best. Hopefully it won't be even longer than that, but at this point, we don't really know. Other parts of the country, people are tending to not, they're ignoring the rules and flaunting the rules. They're intentionally getting with big groups of people. And I'm afraid that those parts of the country are going to be the next ones that are going to see a big flare-up of the virus outbreak. And we don't want that to happen here in our community or anywhere in the state of Colorado. So thank you, everybody, for your patience. And at that, I think we'll go on to the rest of our meeting. So, first off, we have consent items, single reading. There are 3 things on here: minutes of regular meetings of March 11th, March 25th, and special meetings of February 25th and March 17th. There's a ratification of a hearing officer's determination on abatement petitions, and that one is specific to the WinStar property where the old house on it was torn down, but they were still paying a higher property tax for a house that is no longer there. The third is a resolution amending resolution number 102-2019 and reappointing the Airport Vision Committee community advisory members for the ASE Vision public outreach process. Those are the 3 consent items. I would entertain a motion to approve all 3 of those.
So moved, and I have a comment.
Okay, Patty moved to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second, Steve. I want to pull number 3.
Okay, we will pull number 3. So this will be a motion to approve the first 2.
So I'll amend my motion to just the first 2 per George's second.
Okay. Patty, you had a comment?
Well, I'll wait till we vote, and then because my comment is on number 3.
On number 3, okay. So this is to approve the first 2 items, the minutes of all those meetings and the ratification of the hearing officer's determination. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, 5 votes in favor. Okay, George, do you wish to speak to the third item?
Yeah, I have a question for John P. After our discussion yesterday, discussing future agendas and our upcoming meeting with the Vision Committee on April 16th, I thought that the goal was to hand that off to the BOCC now and not have to keep the Vision Committee intact. So I'm curious why we would extend this all the way out to the end of the year.
Yeah, George, it may not be necessary to extend out to the end of the year. I think the thinking right now, and it depends on which direction the board goes with the recommendations. At this point, the Vision Committee has voted on their final recommendations, which will be presented to you. Some of those recommendations would have the Vision Committee reconvening to continue providing advice and input to the board, and is really just in honor of I think those types of recommendations in the Vision Committee report that we're extending the appointments right now. So if the board is more comfortable, we could go for a shorter period of time. If the board chose not to reappoint right now, really we've got to deem the vote on the recommendations that are being presented to you complete.
Okay, follow-up, George?
Well, I'll wait to hear what the other commissioners say. Just off the top of my head, I would not want to extend that all the way to the end of the year. I want to get the Vision Committee acknowledge their hard work and get them off the hook. Get this onto our table and for public discussions.
Okay. Kelly, you have your hand up?
Hi, Steve. Thank you. I just want to take a step back because I think the ad in the paper about our agenda was a little less clear than the packet. And so for those who may be watching that didn't pull up the packet, I just want to be very clear that what we're talking about right now with regards to the airport is only to extend the appointment of our Vision Committee. And there is nothing else involved in this decision. Any content about the future of the airport, the recommendations of the committee is forthcoming. And so just to be very clear on that. On a second point, you know, I'm comfortable extending the date to the end of the year as presented because as you may have read in today's paper reported by Aspen Journalism, John Bennett had made a comment that depending on how some of the recommendations to us shake out, the Vision Committee may want to revisit and revise their recommendations. And I would like to give them the opportunity to do that, you know, or at least have the possibility to put that on the table since they've already presented that option to themselves. So that's why I'm comfortable extending it to the end of the year. I would like to revise the resolution slightly. The memo to us explains why we are extending it. The resolution does not include that explanation. And I just think for posterity to capture exactly why we're doing what we're doing, we should include that language. And I can give you the specific language if the board supports that amendment.
I support
Thank
it.
you.
I'd like to hear the language.
Okay. Thank you. And Patty says that she supports adding that language also. Do you have the language that she's?
No, I need to,
Okay.
no, but I think Kelly's right. We should put just, you know, a small paragraph in there. But I had some other comments I wanted to make too. So
Okay.
if Kelly wants to present the language, I think that gives us a
Okay, so
better
Kelly,
understanding.
figuring out how.
Come back to me at the end of the discussion and I'll have the language ready.
Okay, and Greg, do you have comments right now?
I just want to say I support what Kelly said. I'm happy going to the end of the year. I support amending the language to be clear about what it is we're doing here. And also the other comment was, Steve, make sure your mic is a little bit closer. You sound pretty muffled there. And Patty, I hear you ruffling papers. So when
I can't because I can't delete anything or it shuts everybody off. I can't mute.
Okay, just keep it in mind. Thank you.
So thank you, Greg. I only have one piece of paper here. Patty has a whole.
I have the whole packet. I'm the paper queen.
So if you hear papers rustling, it's most likely hers.
Well, it is, but if I mute, then everybody gets muted. So bear with me, please. But I do have a comment to make.
And go ahead, Patty, make your comment.
I want to reach out and thank again every person in this community that participated in the full year plus of discussions about the airport. The time and energy and passion and just commitment has been outstanding, and I cannot tell each and every person how much the Board of Commissioners appreciates their efforts. I'm comfortable extending this to the end of the year. It doesn't mean that we may need their participation. Till then, hopefully, we'll see where things go. Our first meeting is not coming up until next week for the Board of Commissioners to actually be presented some of this information. Again, though, the reason I wanted to pull it off was to just thank everybody again, and there really aren't enough words to thank them for all their work that they've put in on this. Thank you, Steve.
Okay. Thanks, Patty. So, Kelly, do you have the wording, something written up on your...
Yeah, I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it directly from the the memo to us under the issue statement paragraph. It says, due to the impact of COVID-19, a vote approving the final document was not completed prior to the end of March. In addition, recommendation to the BOCC includes reconvening the Vision Committee later to report out on the recommendations, and then for these purposes, extending the reappointment of the Vision Committee members through 2020, or 12/31/2020.
Okay, so we can just copy that wording straight from the AIS in the first paragraph.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we would entertain a motion at this point from Commissioner.
I will move to approve the resolution as amended.
I can second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Greg. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
I
Aye?
have further discussion.
Oh, okay.
Again, I just
Go
want
ahead.
to take this opportunity that we have scheduled for next Thursday at 4 o'clock a presentation of the Vision Committee's findings to the BOCC.
I think it's 3 o'clock.
The invitation said 4 o'clock.
Oh, well, yesterday we said 3 to 6,
So-
so maybe they changed it to 4 to 7.
So we will confirm that. It's either 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock on April 16th.
Yeah. Maybe John
And to be
Peacock-
clear, we will not be voting on anything. We will hear the recommendations and ask our questions. The public is welcome to watch. We're not planning to take public comment. We are waiting for a time where we can facilitate the large amount of public comment we expect to take, and therefore we are not making any decisions on this next Thursday. It's a work session.
Okay, Kelly, and I did receive a phone call from Wayne Etheridge about asking why are we wanting to proceed on the 16th with having the ACE Vision Committee presenting their decision to us. And I think it's important, we discussed this yesterday in our work session. It's important that the commissioners receive the report from the committee. I have a feeling that there's very likely going to be some back and forth communication between the commissioners and the Vision Committee. And that's why it's important to keep the Vision Committee reappointed at this point and keep them intact, because they might be called back to answer more questions or discuss some possible changes to the recommendations. So any further comments?
No, I did speak.
Yeah,
with-
Steve.
Go ahead, George.
Two things. I hope that I'll support this. I hope that we won't have to keep utilizing the committee for the next 7-8 months. That we can move this through a public process and make some decisions. And I just want to clarify, because we're sending out some mixed messages regarding our meeting next Wednesday. We'll confirm the time, and also I was under the impression from our conversation yesterday that we would be accepting email questions coming in, not phone public comments, but email questions. So if you want to clarify that, if that's correct or not, that would be great.
Yes, George, now that you mentioned that, that is what we discussed, that we would like email I don't know if it was questions or comments, so that's what I'm not totally sure on my memory on that.
Maybe I can make a few clarifications. The meeting was actually set up, or is set up, for 4 to 6 o'clock on Thursday. It's not the typical 3-hour session, mostly because we won't have as much public comment. It'll be a discussion with the Vision Committee. The intent of the email was to be able to collect comments from the public after the final recommendations are made public. It wasn't necessarily to have a parallel process going with the meeting. Our intent is to have that conversation when we can convene a larger conversation with the Vision Committee. But we wanted to give people an avenue to respond to the recommendations and to the presentation of the Vision Committee so that we could document that for the board. So that would be after the meeting.
All right, thanks for that clarification.
Sorry, I was on mute earlier when I was trying to jump in. I forgot to unmute myself.
So the meeting is Thursday, April 16th, 4 to 6
4 to
o'clock. And that's when the ASC Vision Committee will present their decisions to the Board of Commissioners.
And it will be broadcast on Grassroots.
It will be broadcast. There won't be public comment taken at that time. That will be at a later date. And we are hoping to be able to have a time when we can all be there in person, if possible, to do the public comment. It all depends on the course of this, the virus, and when we can start doing in-person meetings again. Okay, any further comments from the commissioners? Well, then I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay, 5-0. Thank you. Moving on to our next item. This is individual consideration items, first readings. These are all set for public hearing on April 22nd. First is the ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners amending Title VI of the Pickens County Code by adding a new section 6.16.100 construction and demolition diversion regulations. And Kathy Hall is listed as the staff person. Kathy, are you on the Zoom? I don't see Kathy on there. John, do you want to give the background on this? Are you up to speed on it?
Give me just a second here. I was going to see if I could get hold of Kathy on it.
Did we move on to something in the interim?
So other
Yeah,
staff
Steve,
would
I
be...
wonder if you might move on and we'll come back.
Okay, let's do that. And other staff people, maybe Brian or Liz Morrow are the other two listed who maybe could give the details on that. So moving on to item number 5.
Oh.
Just a moment.
There she comes.
Okay,
Okay.
that's great. Hey,
we
I
have-
think
okay,
Kathy's
John.
Unmuted, so Brian's trying to help her out. Looks like she's having trouble.
Okay, Kathy is here in person. She was.
Kathy's there in person.
Yeah, she
Never
was
mind.
out in
Okay.
the lobby, and we're bringing her up to the podium now. So we are still on item number 4. So Kathy, welcome to our social distancing meeting room here. So we're just figuring out which seat she should be at. Kathy's going to be in your seat, John.
And I have a presentation. Am I on? Andrew's loading up for me now. So, Kathy Hall, Solid Waste Manager, and we're here to talk about the first reading for the Construction and Demolition Debris Diversion Ordinance.
Okay.
Keep going down, Andrew. Oh, maybe go down a little further. That one, the C&D presentation first read. Okay, so we have been working on this for a little over a year now. Construction and demolition debris. as you know, is a big problem for the Pitkin County landfill. So what we're dealing with is 58% of the waste buried in the landfill is construction and demolition debris. We did a visual waste sort a couple years ago, and we determined about 35% of that C&D material could be diverted with existing diversion programs we have at the landfill. The other 56% is engineered wood and drywall, and right now there are no markets for that. It can't be diverted, but we're really going to be focusing on this 35% C&D material. And here's just a breakdown of what it is. We see a lot of concrete that ends up in the trash. We see a lot of scrap metal, other non-recyclables, cardboard, paper. So yeah, we can divert a lot of this. And that's what the goal of this C&D diversion ordinance is hopefully going to do. So. Okay. Andrew has all the control here.
Well, we're very nice to him.
So our proposed ordinance, as it's before you today, we're requiring a 25% diversion rate. And again, this can move over time, but as we're going to start out, we're going to shoot for a 25% diversion rate. For those projects, permitted construction and demolition debris projects within Pitkin County, unincorporated Pitkin County, there will be a deposit system put into place. And what we are asking, and again, this can be a moving target, $1,000 per ton of estimated waste. And there's online calculators for that estimated waste that you can calculate. And I'll go into a little bit how we're going to set that up. Maximum pricing for mixed loads. As you recall, we have a tiered pricing system now in place. And then we're going to require waste tracking and reporting. And we have an online software system ready to do that.
Is someone could, those of you who are on the Zoom, could you mute your mics right now? There's some noise coming over the phone.
Okay, so here's the list of what can actually be diverted at the landfill. And this year for 2020, we adjusted some pricing to increase the diversion rate to make it more more palatable. So cardboard is free again, coming into the landfill for recycling. Concrete used to be the same price, $89 a ton. It was the same price as regular construction and demolition debris. We cut that in half to $45 a ton. We process concrete once a year. Porcelain can go into the concrete. Metal appliances, we have a big scrap metal program. Asphalt, we'll crush up. Rock and dirt, that's what we make our aggregate products out of and our soil products. Single stream recycling, a lot of organics, and untreated wood. And what untreated wood is, it's not painted, not stained. Pallets is our good example of untreated wood. We have a new grinder on site that can grind to a mulch-like material, and that's kind of our plan for that. So the C&D diversion ordinance tiered pricing, we put this into effect for March. This includes everyone, whether you're coming from Carbondale, Aspen, Snowmass, everybody is now subject for construction and demolition debris loads to a tiered pricing system. So you can see tier 1 through tier 3, that's if you're sorting your loads. We see less than 10% of any of these, that list of divertible materials. If you have less than 10% cardboard, scrap metal, anything like that, you pay the tier 1 through tier 3. And that's based on the tons that are coming in, and we track those tons coming in for a particular job. Tier 4 is the unsorted load rate at $151 a ton. So we put this system in place March 1st. We're seeing 90% of loads are unsorted. And we're not getting any pushback on it. So we could revisit that at a later date. So that is what's happening there. But it's working. We're tracking it pretty well, and we're getting information from people. So how are we going to track all this? Through the permit system, through waste reporting for C&D jobs. It's called Green Halo. And this is, it's set up. We've set it up a few weeks ago. It's not actually live yet. We're still getting into the nitty-gritty and setting it up. But that is the front page of our Green Halo software that will track construction and demolition debris diversion projects. It's used throughout California. California is a big state for construction and demolition debris diversion. And so what they'll do is when you go to apply for a permit at ComDev, you will be required to sign an affidavit that you realize you're going to be required to divert 25%. That 25% then is tracked within the software system. They come to the landfill. They have a load of concrete. It'll be tied to that permit number and job, and it'll automatically track and do the waste reporting for you. Also, at the time you go in to get your number 1 permit, you will be required to put that deposit down. And if at the end of your project, your reporting shows you met the 25% diversion, you get your deposit money back. You want to scroll through? And these are, yeah.
Photograph. That was an interesting photograph.
Picken County owns it.
I know.
It's beautiful.
Like, where is that?
I don't know.
It looks so narrow valley.
I
Sorry,
know. It kind of looks like Telluride.
It
So this is just an example. Everybody if you go on to our site, this isn't ours, of course. We haven't gotten anything into the system yet. But you can go through and look at particular jobs and see where they're at on the diversion. And then you can go in and see it'll track overall county statistics and numbers. So it's a pretty slick system that's a really very reasonable price. And they also offer, as a side note, software that if we do big events like food and wine or whatever, they also have a module that can track events within Picken County. We are starting also to put together our education and outreach. You can see there's a rack card flyer on the left-hand side. We mailed that out to all of our construction demo contractors that we have on our system at the landfill. We're getting our web page set up, and then we're going to be setting up a how-to manual. And this is our timeline. So we've got the Green Halo tracking system in last month. Tier pricing was has become effective. Today we're doing our first reading with the BOCC. If all goes according to plan and you guys are in agreement, we'll bring the second reading forward with public comment on April 22nd. We're going to begin hopefully testing, pick a few contractors to kind of set up and test through ComDev, see how the Green Halo system works. And then we're fingers crossed to full implementation by July. So that is what we have. Questions?
Okay.
I have a question. So since we're the only ones actually doing this, we're bringing in waste from other jurisdictions. We'd like to have everybody on board with the same plan. We don't do a deposit and all that for projects that are, say, out of City of Aspen, because we don't have a way to do that because they're not permitted through Picken County. Yeah. So if the city was to create this program, then people could do the deposit system and get money back at the end of the day if they were to actually, because we want people to sort their loads. That's the goal. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like core and rent. We wanted people with rent. We wanted people to do the right thing rather than just pay into a fund. And so it looks like 90%. Well, it's still new, so we'll see how that pans out, mm-hmm. especially with what we're doing with construction right now. It'll be interesting. But I think it's a great program, and I think we need to do whatever we can to save space at our landfill. So I think it's important to look at every avenue, and this is a big one. Mm-hmm. So thank you.
Okay, comments from the commissioners at home? Okay, Kelly? You're muted.
Okay. Hear me now? Okay. Hi. Thank you. Kathy, thank you. I appreciate having the additional data that you mentioned from our changes that took place in March. I have a question. So the fee is $1,000 per ton of expected diversion or expected construction debris. Do you know what like an average fee might look like?
really depends. Of course, new construction produces a lot less waste than a demolition debris project. We're seeing recently a hotel, a Main Street came down. It was about 30 tons of material. So you're looking at, if it's a big hotel or a condo, whatever it was down on Main Street, we're looking at possibly like something like that, a $30,000 deposit. We're seeing most households, these smaller projects are probably really only maybe 5 tons. So it could be 5,000 tons or $5,000 for that deposit. And again, this isn't that the $1,000 a ton isn't written into the actual ordinance. It's something we'll revisit every year. It can be a moving number. And my projection is we'll revisit that at budget season when we bring our rates and everything up before the board.
Okay.
And then another question, I have, I think probably 2 more questions. Another question that I have is, given the pandemic, which has occurred since the last time we all got together, and I'm sitting here touching my face, is the new staff person going to be essential for this? Because that's going to be a tougher conversation.
Correct. So we brought forward the new staff person through supplemental, and it was agreed upon that it is contingent upon the passing of this ordinance. It is going to be essential because through March, just tracking the tiered pricing and trying to keep that sorted, that was a lot of work, and we don't really have a good system yet. And really enforcement as well. I've seen people to review these reports. We're probably looking at 500 permits a year through ComDev that has to come in, and then if City of Aspen and all that wants to join in as well. So yeah, it's going to be pretty essential. Just in the month of March, just people paying the unsorted Tier 4 fee, it was a lot of money. It was $80,000 in additional revenue.
And that brings me to my kind of third question. I'm sort of like building an argument here is, follow me through the math a little bit, because if we're looking at the goal, if we did 100%, would be 35% of 58% could be of C&D could be sorted. So 35% of 58% of C&D that comes in and makes up the landfill, 35% of that could be sorted, which is about 20% of our total mass in the landfill. And then in this ordinance, we would require a 25% diversion. So really we're talking about achieving 5% of diversion of the total landfill tonnage in a year. And I'm the kind of person that takes the foil off of a bottle to separate that from the plastic that it was on, but I just wonder, where's that 25% and should it be higher to justify this whole program? 25% required diversion under this permit fee deposit ordinance.
That's an excellent question. I think it will build to be higher. I think we can get it higher. We're looking at, California has 50% or higher diversion requirements. So I think we revisit this every year to see how well people are participating, and then we keep raising that as we kind of dial in programs and maybe offer more opportunity. But I can see in the near future it'll jump. Yeah.
Okay, Kelly, are you done?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, George or Greg?
George is waving his hand.
George? That's what I thought. Go ahead, George.
Kathy, I'm supportive of this. My question is, and we'll have to sort of see how this works out in the next 6 months or a year, but I think at some point we may want to really think about not even accepting any materials that's not sorted at all.
Could be.
I'm just wanting to watch it, but because frankly, given sort of the nature of some of the jobs in Pickens County, cost is usually at times is not a factor. and so the cost just will get passed on to the job site. And so if it's a large home or large development, that little incremental cost may not be a deterrent enough to incentivize someone to sort. So we may just, down the road, you may just have to think about, we won't accept any C and D into landfill unless it's sorted to whatever degree.
That could be an eventuality if the board directs it, so. But the extra revenues, our plan is, the extra revenues that are generated that people don't bother to sort, is to put programs in place that maybe we do more sorting ourselves at the landfill. There's technologies coming up to make that. So that you see what is kind of developing out of this and fee that we can develop more programs where we sort on site.
So, is that all, George?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. And Greg, do you have anything now? Okay. So a couple of questions. When the construction and demolition debris is brought in, do you isolate it from like the household waste that comes in, or is it all kind of dumped in the same area? And if you are going to end up doing sorting, would you like put it in a segregated area so it would make it easier to sort?
Mm-hmm. So right now, yes, all the household trash and construction demolition debris goes into the same area, same fill. In the future, we have looked at technologies, which I think still need some more development, but there's robotic sorting systems, pull metal out. That could be done at a separate area of the landfill, which would require some thought. We do have that boneyard area down where the new building is going. That's probably an ideal space where we could put in technology to do some more automated sorting. Yeah.
So if it's an automated thing like a conveyor belt, like Waste Management does in Boulder or wherever their plant over there is, maybe all the household waste would also go through the same system to divert what can be diverted from that.
Could very well possibly be,
Okay.
yeah.
So that's futuristic at this point, aspirational, we might say. My other question, I guess it's more of a request. I think at the second reading, it would be probably good to have if you could put some thought into the financial piece of how much more income are you going to be generating if we put this ordinance into effect? How much would the new full-time employee cost? Just look at the financials of that, because I think that will very likely weigh into our decision. And if we have some good projected figures on that, that would help us make a really good decision on April 22nd.
Absolutely.
So further comments from the board, I would entertain a motion otherwise.
I'll make a motion
Move to approve.
I'll second that motion, set for public hearing on the 22nd of April.
Okay, further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay, 5-0. Thank you, Kathy.
Thanks.
We'll see you on
Work you're
April
doing out there.
22nd.
Can I give an update on that?
2 days after Earth Day.
Have we made any decisions about recycling?
Yeah, if you want me to provide an update, I
It's
can.
up to the chair.
Yeah, while you're here, let's pick your brain a little bit.
Okay. So Brian Pettit was here yesterday, and we was discussing kind of the issues we're having at the landfill with really essentially people not staying at home. We get it, where you're bored, you're cleaning out your basement or garage, and we were getting inundated. So we decided to close off the landfill to just commercial trash trucks, recycling and compost. So yesterday the BOCC directed us to put dumpsters outside of the gate at the bottom of the hill. Well, talking with the crew this morning, they it's not safe. There isn't, we got room to put the containers off to the side, but people would have to park on that access road. So Brian Pettit, in all his wisdom, had a great idea. We are going to Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Allow people with household trash, recycling, and food waste for composting, what's listed as the essential trash items in the public order, to come up and dump. We call these half and half loads, or recycling and compost is free. So we will allow them. It takes away that interaction at the scale house window, and we're going to do that Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 11 a.m. to 1.
So let's say that again. The general public can go to the landfill Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 11 to 1 to bring in recyclables, household trash, it's the 50-50 program, and composting materials.
So
Thank you.
would that be the same time that landscapers could bring compostables? Because they're being considered a non-essential function, and it was kind of a gray area. Are they a commercial hauler? They're a commercial business. So.
Right, and that was the problem. We were finding, you're non-essential, you're not supposed to be out working. So unless the public health order changes, we ask people that are doing landscaping, the landscapers, anybody who has electronics, household hazardous waste, mattresses, keep those for now. 22 more days, fingers crossed, and then once we get back to normal operations. And a lot of the times the electronics, the mattresses, the books, the textiles, we can't take that right now because we don't have all those operations that we send that material to are closed as well. So we only have a limited capacity to store. So, and then it just reduces that face-to-face contact. So public health order right now, the essentials: household, your garbage can, kitchen garbage can, trash, recycling, and the food waste for composting.
So, Stephen, may I,
Yes,
in
go ahead,
light of
Patty.
that, because landscaping activities are allowed in Garfield and Eagle County, and South Canyon is closed, that may be of concern to those down valley landscapers. So that may be a conversation we need to have somewhere if we see a concern as to where those wastes are going. They, one landscaper can't keep, 10 yards, yards like people's yards full of grasses and leaves, especially raking up from the winter on their properties. So we may have to, because I don't think Garfield County, South Canyon's not accepting, they're not accepting recyclables either, so. All right, well, I'm glad we could work something out for the public for recyclables. We didn't want people keeping them in their homes or keeping them outside their homes with bear season coming upon us. So I thank you for your efforts, and we'll get a public service announcement out to the public so they know.
We're working on that now. So,
Thank you so much for the update.
Okay.
Appreciate
Thanks.
it.
All right, thanks, Kathy. Okay, moving to our next.
Hey, Steve?
Yes.
Greg here.
Go ahead,
I
Greg.
just wanted to ask, if somebody wants to learn more about this soon, which I'm sure they will, they call the landfill, they check the website, give me the contact info just so we can distribute that, and we'll be looking forward to that public service announcement. Thank you, Kathy and crew, for being proactive on this.
So, Kathy, where should people go? What's the best way for people to get information at this point to answer Greg's question?
The easiest place will be at our website, landfillrules.com. They can also call us. We'll be more than happy to answer their questions on the phone. Pat Bingham will be getting a press release out. We'll hopefully have an ad in the paper. Our social media pages will also have all the updated information as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving to our next item. This is an emergency resolution of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing an intergovernmental agreement between Pitkin County and the City of Aspen for the provision of financial assistance related to the local disaster emergency declared during the spread of COVID-19. Now, John Ely had sent in an email a new version of this. And is John, are you still on the phone? Or are you
I
on
am,
the Zoom?
Steve.
Okay. Why don't you take it away, the discussion on this? And Right at the moment, I don't have your email in front of me. I have the old version.
I have the new one.
So maybe we need to highlight what are the differences, the changes in the new version.
Sure. Thanks, Steve. So the item in front of the board for consideration is an emergency resolution to establish an intergovernmental agreement between ourselves and the City of Aspen. The resolution is being brought before the board pursuant to the Home Rule Charter. The charter requires a formal resolution action to establish an IGA between ourselves and any other governmental subdivision or governmental entity. And the action is being brought forward as an emergency resolution so that the resolution becomes immediately effective and we can go ahead and execute the IGA today. The reason we would like to do that is because, well, the county has established let's see, what is the name of that thing? A Public Health Emergency Response Fund. To that fund, the county has contributed $500,000 already, and I think we are either on our way or have completed a second $500,000 deposit into that fund. The City of Aspen will contribute $200,000 at this time, and I know that they're considering additional contributions for the future. So to facilitate the contribution from the City of Aspen and to effect that immediately, we need to establish this IGA. So that is the reason for the emergency resolution that's before the board. Unfortunately, there were some changes to the IGA that was prepared and included within the board's packet that I did email out to the board at the beginning of the week, but they were not publicly made available. So the changes are pretty minor. One change that we caught was on the first page of the proposed IGA, the last whereas paragraph there, has a typographical error. It has $350,000 from Pitkin County instead of $500,000, so that has been corrected. And in the body of the IGA, paragraph 8, there was a clause inserted at the city's request to state essentially that if at the end of the effective date of this IGA there are unused funds that have been contributed by the city, those unused funds would go back to the city unless the use of those funds has been committed by the city and the county to some particular effort by agreement of the parties. Both of those changes do not change the substance of the IGA, and would ask the board to accept the IGA and the associated emergency resolution, adopt those today, have them effective today, so that we can increase the fund balance in the emergency response fund that is being used to address a number of needs that are associated with the coronavirus pandemic. That is all I have, unless there are questions from the board.
Patty.
Yeah, John, thank you. First of all, I want to make a comment. I want to thank the City of Aspen for their first contribution and for their 5 hours they put in the other night working on an additional $5 million, kind of a target number for response efforts, which they're still in the process of determining how and where those funds will be going. So I want to thank the City of Aspen for joining in this effort. A specific question to this IGA, kind of specific but not specific, is Snowmass. It's my understanding that Snowmass was considering a contribution of some amount, around 100,000 was the first number I think we heard. Do we have in process an IGA from them that'll be coming forward, or do you have any information about that, John?
There's no IGA that I'm initiating or that Snowmass has requested, but certainly if that request comes in from the town, we would handle it the same way as the request from the City of Aspen.
Perfect. And I did notice a clause in the existing IGA before us about any future donations would be handled in the same manner, so that's already been addressed, so we wouldn't have to go back and amend this IGA if the city was to do any further donations. That's correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, John.
Okay, questions from the other commissioners at home? Not seeing any. The one thing that I noticed is my signature on the actual IGA. The Stephen is spelled with a PH and I am a V. So it's all right on the resolution, but not on the actual IGA. So that could be corrected.
Can you believe that?
That
That'll be
happens.
correct.
That's
That's
been a lifelong issue with me, the difference between the PH and the
Like
V.
Patty with an I or a Y. Yeah.
So,
Do you ever just go with the flow then, Steve, or how does that work?
so I will.
Steve, I'll make a motion if we're ready for a motion to approve this with the amendments and the change to from PH to Z to V.
Suzanne.
Yes, go ahead, Greg.
I'll move that we approve the emergency resolution authorizing an intergovernmental agreement between Pitkin County, Colorado, and the City of Aspen for the provision of financial assistance related to the local disaster emergency declared regarding the spread of COVID-19.
And I will second that motion and set for confirmatory reading public hearing on April the 22nd.
Okay, comments from other commissioners? My comment is that this is terrific. It's really helping a lot of people who are in need of some extra help right now. I was talking with Lindsay LaFaro, who is helping out part-time or temporarily at the Health and Human Services, making phone calls to people to set up, to take their applications for getting the aid. And she was describing to me how she feels that the people have tremendous needs out there. And she is really proud of Pitkin County to be stepping up to the plate and helping people who are really needing some help right now through this program. So if there are no further comments, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, 5-0. So this will come back to us for the confirmatory reading on April 22nd. Thank you, John. Next up, we have an emergency ordinance authorizing the chair to enter Pitkin County into an intergovernmental agreement with the state of Colorado for off-system bridge grant funding. And GR, are you on the Zoom call?
I am here. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. And now we can see you.
Okay.
Go ahead, GR.
Well, thanks, Steve. My name's J.R. Fielding. I'm the county engineer. And this item before you is to accept more grant funding to go towards the Upper Castle Creek Bridge. This bridge is located about 2 miles below Ashcroft on Castle Creek Road. This project has been contemplated for about a decade now, and we have competed very well for grant funding on this. This brings our IGA ultimately up to about $1.5 million, so $1.2 million of that is federal funds. Yesterday we did receive direction from the board to go ahead and move this project forward. We did receive our bids for this project last week, and so as of this morning, I've started our contract negotiations with the contractor. We are looking to hopefully have our pre-construction by the end of April and have them start moving into that upper valley in the spring sometime. This item is before you as an emergency ordinance. It's emergent because frankly, we are on state and federal time, so the faster we can act to accept funds, the faster we can get things like CDOT concurrence on the bids that we received and can start moving the project forward. It takes several weeks. We got this grant. We got word that we got it back in, I think it was December or maybe January, and this is we're finally getting the IGA now. So it might give you an idea of how long it takes us to get some of these things through.
Okay, thank you, GR. Questions from the board? Not seeing any questions right now.
Just a comment. Thanks, GR. Thanks for staying on this. I know our focus has been distracted by some pretty big issues, and this is an important one. I'm glad to see it moving forward, and thanks for your good work on it. This is an important bridge, and it's one of, as they've said, this could be one of the most at risk of or depleted bridges in our entire inventory in the county, if not the region. So I'm glad to see that this is still moving, and want to make sure the public understands this is important safety issue.
Okay, thanks,
Yes,
Greg.
thank you, Greg.
Further comments from the commissioners, and I'd entertain a motion.
I'll
make the motion. Oh, sorry.
Greg can make the motion.
Go ahead, Greg.
I move, of course I need to pull it back up here, that we approve the ordinance, sorry, I've got ahead of myself. I've got to go back and find it. This may take a while. The resolution authorizing the chair of the BOCC to sign and enter Pitkin County into an intergovernmental agreement with the state of Colorado for off-system bridge grant funding. And I don't have the date right in front of me for when it will come back.
I will second that and set for confirmatory reading public hearing on April the 22nd.
Thank you.
Okay, April 22nd. Confirmatory reading. Further comments from the board? All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, 5-0.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, GR.
Thank you. Thanks, GR. Okay, moving on to the next section. These are second readings, individual consideration items. These are all public hearing items. First is an ordinance of the board approving the acquisition of 3 contiguous parcels comprising of approximately 406 acres within the Thompson Divide. Dale Will, welcome to our meeting.
Hi, Steve, and thank you. Reporting in from Carbondale. This property is one that we discussed at the last meeting. It's 406 acres that are way up in the middle of the Thompson Divide, and it's been of concern to the open space program and you all due to the large size and the zoning up there, believe it or not, is RS30. So if this property is not conserved, it could become the site of a subdivision in a location where we've been doing our best to keep things quiet and rural. The landowners who wish to remain anonymous approached the county last fall, having decided that the tenure of theirs on the property needs to be ended, and I'm thankful that they gave the county the first opportunity to acquire this before listing it on the open market. We have a contract to purchase the property for a price that will be set somewhere between $4.5 and $5 million, depending on the final appraisal. I just talked to the appraiser this morning, and he hopes to have that number to us by the end of April, and all the other items we need to acquire the property are being put in place by our legal office. Since the last meeting, one nice thing has come about, which is that the Aspen Valley Land Trust has agreed to contribute $100,000 to this purchase. That had been in the works, and I've now been given the thumbs up to share that with you all. So although my ordinance that's in front of you would authorize an expenditure of up to $4.5 million for this purchase, the actual number will be less than that, given the GOCO grant we have, $859,000 plus this $100,000 from GOCO. So even if the appraisal comes in at $5 million or above, our actual expenditure from the open space fund will be
closer to 4.2 million, with the final number, as I said, dependent on this final appraisal. Let's see what else. The property is not one where we anticipate a lot of public access. In fact, there won't be any public access for the time being due to the nature of the easements. Our goals with this one are really the preservation of habitat in this backcountry setting. And on a note on the Open Space Fund itself, for the benefit of our viewers, that everyone's concerned about the situation we're in general, the Open Space Fund is a separate pot of money that cannot be expended on anything other than land conservation. And therefore, we're confident in moving ahead with our open space acquisitions so that we can protect the physical landscape in this valley while we're all recovering from the current health crisis. The Open Space Board has unanimously recommended this purchase. They formalized that recommendation with a unanimous vote at their meeting last week. And we would ask that you approve this on second reading.
Okay, thank you, Dale. Right now I'm going to let the public know this is a public hearing, and if you want to comment on this issue, you need to call a phone number 1346. Oh, I'm going to get to George. Yeah, I'll get to that. 1-346-248-7799. And you can be phoning in, and Andrew's going to manage your phone calls. And then now I'm going to go to comments from the commissioners. So, George.
Is this a split estate?
A split estate, meaning the mineral rights are partially severed?
Right.
Yes.
So what does that mean? I mean, given all the work that the county has put into in terms of protecting the Thompson Divide from future oil and gas leases, which is current with the White River National Management Plan at this point. Of course, that plan gets updated every 10 years or so. Since it's a split estate, do we risk having a industry coming in to develop?
There would be some risk of it. From a practical standpoint, we have been less concerned for a few different reasons. One, the Jerome Park conservation easement that we hold is in a similar situation, much larger area, but where a lot of those minerals were also severed and are owned by entities other than the owners of the surface estate. The infrastructure needed to develop something in that setting is less economically feasible to do given the protection of the surrounding federal lands, at least for the next couple of decades. And finally, in our contract for this purchase, we have a requirement that we are investigating the actual ownership of those severed rights. And we can have a contingency that once the contract is fully approved, we still have an ability to come back and question the closing based on an assessment of that very risk that you're describing. But at least as a observation at this point from the research that we've done, while we're concerned and while we would want to approach the owners of those outstanding rights in the future, we're not seeing that as a reason to not proceed with this acquisition.
All right, thank you.
Okay, other comments right now from the board? Not seeing any. This is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this? And you need to call in on the phone number 1-346-248-7799. And we will wait for some part of a minute here to see if anyone calls in. What is it, 45 seconds, the delay? Okay, I don't think we're getting any phone calls on this. If someone is calling, go ahead and still call, and we'll answer your call when it gets in. I'm going to take it back to the board for further discussion and a motion.
I make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, George moved and Patty seconded. Is there further discussion from the commissioners?
I just want to thank Dale for his efforts to preserve this parcel.
Yep, definitely. Thank you, Dale.
Thank you, Patty, and I'll pass that along to the Open Space Board as well as the landowners.
Thank you.
Greg?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, one, to the landowners, Open Space Board, Dale, for your work on this. This is an important parcel. It's been in the pipeline for quite a while, and it's great to see it resolving now. Thanks.
Thanks, Greg.
Okay, I echo those same sentiments. So, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we all, 5 to
Thank you.
nothing. Thank you, Dale. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah, we're thrilled.
Next up, we have an ordinance by the board adopting an amendment to Article 2 of all Picken County bylaws. John Ely, are you still on?
I am, Steve. Thank you. This is the second reading and a public hearing, as you noted. The suggested change that has been offered to the board accepted at the last regular meeting, what was that, end of March, would be a change to Article 2, Section 4 of all county citizen board bylaws that expresses that the essential role of the citizen boards is to advise the Board of County Commissioners, but that only the Board of County Commissioners can speak on behalf of Picken County to ensure that there is not confusing communication going out to other government agencies or individuals. All communications are required to be vetted through the staff liaisons that work with the citizen boards or the county attorney's office, whichever is easier. And then it reiterates a sort of obvious fact that any citizen board member can always express an opinion or take a position on their own individually as a private citizen.
Okay. Questions or comments from the board? I think I'll comment on this. This really was precipitated by an incident where there were communications made to a federal agency, the Forest Service, I think it was, and it was they were confused as to who was speaking on the issue. Was it Picken County Board of Commissioners who were speaking, or was it that individual board that was speaking on it? And so there was confusion, and it was kind of a mixed message, and that made us realize that we needed to kind of tighten up the bylaws a little bit to try to prevent that type of confusion going into the future. And so I think this gives some clarity to the issue. we welcome our citizen boards to, they can take a contrary viewpoint to what we take, but then they need to talk to us about it and not just go out to the public or to other agencies with that message. Because sometimes, lot of times what they're saying, they may be bringing up things we hadn't thought about that is contrary to what our position was going into the issue. But we always welcome differing opinions on things. Just needs to be handled appropriately and have the lines of communication open. So this will ensure that happens. So I would entertain a motion from, this is
We
a
have
public
some comment. Yeah.
This is public comment. Patty
No, that's Kelly.
or Kelly?
No, I'll wait till see if there's any public comment and then
Okay.
offer my comments.
Okay, so this is a public hearing. If anyone wishes to comment on this, you may phone in and we will wait upwards of a minute waiting to see. Looks like we do have one phone call in on this. Is that correct, or is that a new one is on there? So someone on the phone, you can go ahead and talk. Okay, we're not hearing comments from them. Make sure your phone is unmuted. Of course, they might not hear me for 45 seconds. Okay, we'll wait here part of a minute and see.
Should probably ask him again.
Okay, is there anyone from the public wishing to speak at this time? And hearing none. Go ahead.
This is just Connie Baker on the line, waiting for the next item. Not a member of the public.
Okay, Connie. We saw this number. We weren't sure who that was. We got you labeled now. Okay, thank you,
Okay.
Connie. Okay, bring it back to the board. And Kelly, you had a comment to make?
Yeah, so I've received comment that is critical of the board in this decision because of any representation that it may be silencing the citizen volunteers that we've appointed to our boards to advise us. And, you know, as a person who's been a citizen activist for a lot of my life, that just gives me a spot in my stomach. And so I feel that it is incumbent upon us to present how this decision is not silencing of the people whose opinions that we value so much. And so, you know, one of the ways I was thinking about this is, you know, what would like a really good kind of example of this be? And this is a hypothetical, but, you know, I was thinking about the Phillips mobile home neighborhood and some discussions that we've had about possibly having Healthy Rivers and Streams advise us, possibly having Open Space and Trails advise us. And, you know, I could envision there a situation where we have two different boards who've come to us with maybe two different project ideas about what the riparian corridor should look like and be used. And then ultimately we have to make that decision and likely, you know, go seek grants. So say we choose a project that it aligns with one board's recommendations over another, or is some kind of in combination of the two. We present this project design for an application to CPW or to DOLA, and then our boards formally submit comments contrary to what position and project design we have voted on, adopted, and pursued a grant for. You know, that type of situation means the board has taken in all of that information, deliberated, made a decision, and is moving forward. And we have volunteer boards that are presenting publicly to those same organizations a contrary position. And I think that is the type of thing that we are trying to avoid with inclusion of this language the BOCC is the only board that's accountable to the voters. And so being the ones who can vote on and set the policy and the choices for the county is important, that we are kind of the last, the last stop for accountability. And, I just want to be clear in my intent that that sort of activity where a board is formally, presenting a position that is in contrary to a voted on, deliberated position of the board who's accountable to the people is what I want to avoid. I don't want this in any way to cause the members of our board to feel like they cannot be frank in their internal work that they're doing as a board, that when they participate in working groups, I want it to be clear that they're not restricted in the work that they're doing in the course of those working groups and the expertise that they're being asked to bring, and because of the language, that this really comes into play when the BOCC has had its own deliberative process on a policy or project and made it very clear what that outcome is. So that's what I just want to say here and offer maybe that example to clarify for the public.
Okay. Thank you, Kelly. Those are very thoughtful comments. Greg or George, do you have any comments? Okay. And Patty, do you have any?
No,
Is
I'm
that
good.
a caller?
Steve, I just wanted to, I'll weigh in just to say I agree with what Kelly said. I appreciate what she said so well. Thank you.
Okay. So is that a member of the public calling there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you speak now, please? Do you want to speak on this issue about the Article 2 of the bylaws?
Yes, sir. I think that it will unfortunately silence. My name is Lee Mulcahy, and I have a lot of experience with free speech in regards to the two board members that serve on APSHA. But I think this amendment that you're trying to pass will silence dissent and is contrary to the free speech provisions of our state constitution, specifically Article 2, Section 10.
Okay. Is that all, Lee? Thank you for those comments.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question.
Patty.
I have a question for John Ely. Clarify this or correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't feel that this in any way silences people's right to freedom of speech in this case. It just says they can go out and speak on their own representing themselves. When they're on a board appointed by the Board of Commissioners, they cannot go out and speak on behalf of Pitkin County. That is the responsibility of the elected officials. So I want to clarify for Lee that in no way are we trying to hinder people's right of freedom of speech. We're just saying that you can speak on your own behalf, but you cannot speak on behalf of Pitkin County because that's up to the elected officials.
Well, that's correct, Patty. In fact, some of the language of the proposed amendment is an affirmation of an individual's right to voice whatever opinions they might have to whoever they want to voice it to, and that this amendment does not concern or regard the expression of individual opinion. The only effect of this potential amendment is to create an environment whereby the county will speak with one voice when that one voice is expressed by the elected board, which is the Board of County Commissioners, such that there won't be confusing messages or conflicting messages being expressed to different entities or individuals who might then wonder, well, what exactly is Pitkin County's position?
Right.
It does not mean that a citizen board cannot express a contrary opinion than is expressed by the Board of County Commissioners, but only that that opinion is the opinion of the citizen board only, and not the opinion or the position of the county as a whole. And I think that that's the purpose of having communication vetted through staff liaisons with the county attorney's office to ensure that that type of an expression is clear on where it's coming from and what the opinion of the county is as expressed to the elected board, the county commission.
Thank you, because it needs to be clear that this board encourages the public to come forward and give public comment, and encourages members of the public to comment on whatever issue they may have. So we want to be very clear on that to people who are concerned that we're trying to stifle person's right of freedom of speech. Thank you, Steve.
Okay, thanks, Patty. So I'll close the public comment, bring it back to the board for further discussion and a motion.
I will make a motion to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners adopting an amendment to Article 2 of the all Pickens County Citizen Board bylaws.
Okay, is there a second? George? Go ahead, George.
You have me muted. Second.
Thank you, George.
Okay, Patty moved, George seconded to approve this ordinance. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Next item is ordinance repealing, I'm not going to say all the numbers. These are parts of the International Energy Conservation Code. This item is to be continued until April 22nd. However, this is a public hearing, and if members of the public wish to comment on this before we continue it, you'd need to call in now. You can also comment on April 22nd at our meeting then.
George.
So we'll give part of a minute here to see if anyone calls in to comment on this issue. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. We need a motion to continue.
I'll make a motion to continue to April the 22nd.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to continue this item to April 22nd. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay, that is continued. Moving to our next section, individual consideration items, emergency ordinance and resolution confirmatory reading, and these are public hearings. The first one is an emergency resolution of the board providing supplemental appropriations to the 2020 budget and amending the 2020 budget for COVID-19 emergency response. Connie Baker, welcome to our meeting.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Connie Baker here. On March 17th, the board approved an emergency resolution to appropriate $350,000 in emergency funding to the Public Health Fund. And this is to support the public health response to the COVID-19 crisis through the incident management team.
I have a question.
So, questions from the board? I think Patty had a
No,
question.
I just answered it myself.
Okay. I think we all looked at this quite a bit before. And it is a little confusing between this one and the next
That's
one
what-
have
yeah, that's
similar names, but they are actually for different appropriations.
That's correct. This one, the first is for the Public Health Fund and has to do with the efforts that are going directly through the incident management team and through our Public Health Department. The second resolution refers to the Human Services Fund and the community response, which would be economic assistance given to community members.
That was,
Okay. And so the first one is the one we're looking at now, assistance to the IMT.
That's correct, Public Health and IMT.
Okay. So any comments from the board or questions?
Question for
Greg.
Connie, Greg here. So just so we understand how the IMT will be spending this money and who has control over the purse strings, so to speak, within the IMT.
Yes, this funding is controlled by the incident management team. So all appropriations go through the incident management team and through the procurement process in that team. So there's a chain of approval set up. And when the incident management team approves something, for example, setting up a testing site or buying PPE supplies or anything like that, it's documented through the incident management team and then procurement approves it. So these funds are very well documented and controlled. They're especially well documented because we hope that at some point we may be able to ask for federal reimbursement for some of this money being spent.
Great. Thank you for that, Connie.
I would just add it's in the Public Health Fund, so it does require Karen Kenneman to sign off on that. We've given her broad authority, and then any purchases through the county that are coming through are going through our contract review process. In terms of specific expenditures right now, that is inclusive of the additional staff resources we have brought on for epidemiology and planning purposes, and will be inclusive of the supplies, some of the hard costs that we've incurred in keeping the incident management team stood up, as well as future testing costs.
Thank you for that, John.
Okay. Further questions, or we need a motion from the board?
Isn't it a public hearing?
This is a public hearing. So I will open the public hearing at this time. If anyone in the public wishes to speak to this issue, emergency resolution approving budget expenditures regarding the COVID-19 emergency response. You need to phone in now and you may speak at the meeting. We'll give you part of a minute here to see if from the delay on the broadcast. Okay, we're not seeing any calls coming through. If you want to comment on the next one also, the money, the emergency money being given out to individuals in the community, you may be phoning in now also for that. and we'll take your calls when we're discussing the second item. So bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the emergency resolution of providing supplemental appropriations to the 2020 budget and amending the 2020 budget for the COVID-19 emergency response.
I'll second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Any further discussion from the board or comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Kelly, are you there?
Kelly said aye.
Oh, she
Oh,
did?
sorry, I said aye. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's approved. Moving to the next one, this is emergency resolution providing supplemental appropriations to the 2020 budget and amending the 2020 budget for community emergency response to the COVID-19 virus. So Connie, do you want to
Yes, so this emergency resolution was originally approved on March 25th, and by community emergency response, this is the economic assistance, economic relief that is going out to the community for those in need due to the current COVID-19 virus crisis. So the emergency resolution appropriates $500,000 to the Human Services Fund for the purpose of providing economic relief.
Okay, questions or comments from the board?
I have a comment.
Patty?
I think this is an amazing program that the county has created in response to the pandemic. And I want to remind people that they can apply for assistance by going to pickingcounty.com/myhelp. That's correct, Kelly, right?
Get help.
Oh, get help. pickingcounty.com/get help. And they can apply. There's an application process there. People can apply. They're residents of Picking County, and then it will be vetted. Someone will call you and vet the application and your needs. We've had, I think, between 1,000 or 1,200 applications. I think it's 1,200. We've responded to as many as possible. We're working on it on a daily basis. We have 40 plus or minus volunteers helping us with this and staff members. We're providing assistance to families and individuals. It's a program that is much needed. You may not need the help now, but you may need it in the next month or months. So please, again, it's pickingcounty.com/get help. Thank you.
Okay, and this is a public hearing. If anyone wants to comment on this, you can be phoning in right now. And are there any further commissioner comments in the meantime? Seeing none at this point, I'll give a part of a minute for the public to respond if they wish. Once again, the number for the public to call for any of these public hearing items is 1-346-248-7799. Was that George's? He's outside in the wind.
Kelly's got the bird.
The wind picking up.
It's all quiet here at the office.
Not seeing any members of the public calling in on this item. I'll bring it to the board for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve an emergency resolution of the Picking County Board of County Commissioners providing supplemental appropriations to the 2020 budget and amending the 2020 budget for community emergency response to COVID-19.
I'll second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you, Connie.
Approved unanimously.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Connie.
Next, we have an emergency resolution of the board ratifying the Pitt County Manager's action on a declaration implementing a local emergency disaster and extending the declaration until rescission by the Board of County Commissioners. So, John, you are the staff person on this one.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. This document was executed as authorized by my office. Really, after we received positive test results on the first round of testing, and so when we had confirmed the first 9 COVID cases in the county, which became 10 within a 24-hour period, we declared the emergency as we stood up our incident management team and our emergency support functions. The purpose of the emergency declaration is it activates aspects of our emergency response plan and partnerships and agreements that we've established ahead of time for such response. And it also typically sets the clock, it sets the start point for which we can account for costs and apply to FEMA for reimbursement for costs incurred in responding to the event. Any declaration that's signed by the county manager needs to be ratified by the Board of County Commissioners. I believe it's within 7 days. John Ely can confirm that for me. The emergency resolution was a confirmation within 5 days of that declaration. It came to the board as an emergency resolution on the 17th. And this is the confirmatory hearing and confirmatory vote and public hearing. Sorry if that was confusing.
Okay, thank you, John. And just a reminder to the public, this is a public hearing on this. You can be phoning in right now if you wish to comment. And commissioners, anybody wishes to speak, and Patty does?
Yeah, just for the public's knowledge, this emergency disaster declaration, it's extended until, the declaration is extended until such time as it is rescinded by the Board of County Commissioners. That's correct, John Peacock?
That's correct, Patty.
Okay, thank you.
So we're not seeing comments from the board. I'll wait part of a minute and see if anyone from the public wishes to speak on this. Okay, I don't believe we're going to get anyone phoning in on this item. Bring it to the board for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve this emergency resolution ratifying the Pickton County Manager's action on a declaration implementing a local emergency disaster and extending the declaration until rescission by the BOCC.
I will second and just say I look forward to a time where we can open up.
Hear, hear.
Okay, it's moved by Greg and seconded by Kelly. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, 5-0 approval of that. Thank you, John. Patty, how are you doing? Do you need a...
No, I think we've got just, technically we have 2 to continue and 1 to hear, so I'd like to just move
keep going?
forward.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm good
You okay?
too.
Everybody else?
And those guys at home, they can slip out without us even
We're watching
noticing.
you.
So these are the land use public hearings. There are 3 items. The first 2, we will be continuing them. They are public hearings, however, and if anyone wishes to speak about the Pearl Pass LLC ACES Riverdance Special Review is the first one. The second one is about the ski company application on the rezoning of land on Richmond Ridge from AR10, from rural and remote to AR10, and amending the zoning map. You may be phoning in on either one of those items at this point because that give you the opportunity. You will have a chance to speak on both of these when the things are heard in the future. So speaking to the first one, it's a resolution approving Pearl Pass LLC ACES Riverdance Special Review. And this is to be continued until May 27th. So
moved.
George moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Kelly seconded. I don't think anybody's probably going to phone in on this one. They're going to wait until we're having the day we actually hear it. So any further commissioner comments? All in favor of continuing to May 27th, say aye.
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 The
And
next-
Steve, the next one, I'm just going to step out just to keep it clean. I'm
Okay.
just going to step right over here because I don't think it'll take you guys long to continue it.
Okay. So the next item is the ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners conditionally rezoning certain real property on Richmond Ridge owned by the United States and the Aspen Skiing Company from agricultural residential 10 acre and rural and remote zone districts to ski rec zone district and amending the zoning map to reflect this change. And this is a public hearing. If anyone wishes to speak on it, you can call right now, or you can await a future meeting when this will come back to us. So we are wanting to continue this to July 8th, 2020. And I would entertain a motion to that effect.
I will move to continue along with the motions standing. I believe
I'll second.
continued this in the past.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Further comments? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, 4-0 on the vote with Patty recusing herself on the issue. Okay.
Steve, I'm going to take just a quick break while, before we do the next item. I'll be back in about 2 minutes.
Okay. So what we will do is we'll take a 5-minute break right now, and Suzanne can catch her breath and get ready. So we'll come back at 2:35. have is an ordinance approving an amendment to Section 7-10-80 and 4-30-50 of the 2006 Pitkin County Land Use Code, Title 8 of the Pitkin County Code, specifically to update the provision related to seasonal farm worker housing. And this is the second reading, and this will be a public hearing, so the public can be, if you want to make comments, you can start phoning in and get in the queue to comment. So,
Can I give him the phone number again?
the phone number is 1-346-248-7799.
Thank you.
1-346-248-7799. I'm thinking we should have a sign we can hold up or post it. 'Cause, I mean,
Grassroots streams the phone number, and I would just remind people who are watching Grassroots that they need to mute their TV or computer so we don't get feedback.
okay. And Suzanne, I'll let you take this away. This is our second reading on this item.
Right. Thanks, Steve. Suzanne Wolf for Community Development. As Steve mentioned, this is the second reading of a land use code text amendment related to seasonal farm worker housing. I do believe Ed Vardy is on the Zoom as well, so he's available if he has comments or you have any questions for him. Again, I think last time we sort of went through the background on this, that a lot of the farmers in the valley who don't have their own land are leasing land to farm on, and are looking for ways to find at least seasonal housing for workers at the location where they're farming. And I think you had a number of people provide comment last time about the issues that they face with farming in the valley and not owning their own land and not, the limitations to their operations when they don't live on site. So this amendment has been proposed. It was proposed by Ed Vardy with the Farm Collaborative or Collective. Did I say? Collaborative. Sorry, got that one wrong. And we have worked a lot with Ed and other folks to try and craft this code amendment based on some existing language in the code that did provide for seasonal worker housing specifically for farms and ranches, but to apply more standards to it to kind of limit the applicability of this. So that's essentially the language that's in front of you. I'll just touch a little bit on the two issues I mentioned in the memo that were raised at the last meeting. Specifically, there was some discussion about the language about food for human consumption, and I think there was a question about, does that include hemp? Does that include, growing potatoes for alcohol? Does it, various other things? What about flowers? What about, again, other things that might be grown? And I think the intent was to try and find some more language to tie around food for human consumption. We did have several suggestions. I won't read through all of those, but those were in the memo. And in talking to Paul Holsinger with Open Space and kind of looking at the variations, what we've proposed and put in the ordinance, at least for now, for your consideration, is the agricultural operation produces and sells food for which the primary purpose is human consumption by the public in Colorado. Again, I think one of the suggestions was we could start to try and list the types of things people grow, but we probably wouldn't catch it all. We could also try and specify the things that we want to limit, but I'm not sure we could catch it all. But I do think this, the primary purpose is for human consumption, I think captures what everybody was intending, but definitely looking for your input on that. And then the second issue that was raised was the question of, you had a lot of discussion about whether this would only be on private property or could also be on public property. There was some discussion about how this works on county open space properties. So essentially, just the quick summary on that was whether it's on private or public property, the owner of the property must authorize the use. So if someone comes in for this temporary use permit, they have to show that they have the permission of the owner, whoever or whatever entity that may be. For an open space property, the approved management plan for the property must allow seasonal housing or camping. I think they would consider if a management plan specified camping, that this would fall within that. Currently, none of the management plans include those uses. So we would be looking at, there would have to be an update to a management plan for each specific property to allow something like this. And I think you all are familiar with, there's an extensive process that goes along with that, a public review process. It has to be adopted by the Open Space Board and the BOCC. And it's not something they would do for one small amendment. Again, they, whether it's a 5-year cycle or something along those lines is when they update each of those management plans. So it would be something that would be captured within a regularly scheduled update to that management plan. So that's, just a little bit of clarification on that. And otherwise, the Exhibit A to the ordinance shows the red lines, which were some of the changes that came out of your last meeting. Again, removing the language for mobile home, it just refers to recreational vehicle. Up to 2 units may be permitted on a lot or parcel with a minimum of 5 acres. The language about selling food for primary purpose for human consumption. We did remove that language about works at least 1 acre of land. Again, we had some discussion about whether that was helpful or not. The unit may remain from March through November. And then the reference under exterior lighting being prohibited except as required for safety. Again, there are certain requirements for that. So hopefully I captured the revisions from the last meeting. And I think that's it for my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Board members.
Oh, wait, sorry, Steve, I did have one more thing.
Okay.
I forgot, Kathy Markle had sent in a letter last week that came right after the packet got pushed out, and then I forgot to push it out to you. I sent it today at noon, so I don't know if you all have had the opportunity to see it. I do have it. It's a bit long in terms of reading it into the record, but I'm happy to do that if you want when we get to public comment.
Okay, and I hadn't had a chance.
Okay, yeah, I figured some of you might not have had the chance to look at it.
Patty.
She submitted comment? We've heard from her prior to this.
Yeah, she had a letter that I think went into the PNC packet originally, and this was an additional letter.
Okay.
Maybe at the public comment time, we could actually read that out loud.
I could do that.
Let's do that. Other board members on the Zoom, or any of you have comments on this at this point? George.
Yeah, thank you. Suzanne, when you talked about the wording for primary human food consumption, I'm assuming that if there's any applications for our open space lands, as you said, it's going to have to go through a thorough process with the Open Space and Trails Board and the BOCC. And at that point, as part of that application, it can be determined exactly what the applicant is proposing to grow, correct?
The update to a management plan would address the opportunity to have the housing unit on site. In terms of the specifics about what can and can't be grown, I guess I'm not familiar enough. I don't know that presumably if it's on open space, it's somebody who has the agricultural lease for the property, who would also then be looking to have this seasonal unit. I don't know the specifics about those agricultural leases, if there's any restriction on what types of production they have on site. Is that, I'm not sure if that's answering your question.
Well, I'm getting a little hung up. I don't want to get too hung up on the word primary, because you can use perhaps half the acreage, let's say, for growing potatoes for vodka, and then maybe half the acres for growing potatoes for food. But it gets a little confusing, I think. It seems like, and I don't have the wording in front of me because I can't flip-flop back and forth, but I know you had three different versions, and I was thinking there was a hybrid between the second and the third version, but I don't have that in front of me. That really made it clear. It clarified exactly for human food consumption, and there was one other wording in there that seemed to cover it.
I can read those if it would help, George. Again, the first one was more of the what are the things we don't want it to be.
Right. Yeah.
You know, which was not for alcohol, tobacco, or cannabis. You know, that. The second version was the types of things that would be grown. You know, produces and sells produce, grains, nuts, seeds, meat, dairy, or eggs with nutrients for human consumption. Again, that was and then the third was, you know, the last was similar to what staff recommended, you know, produces and sells food for which the primary purpose is, well, this had human nutrient consumption. I think we dropped the word nutrient again, just and said for human consumption. But I guess right, the differentiation there is nutrient versus drinking,
so why
your
would we
potatoes.
just say? Why would we say? Why would we just not eliminate primary? Just say for human food consumption and make it that much clearer.
Steve, can I add?
Yeah,
to-
go ahead,
Well,
Patty.
George, I understand your concern there, but I actually prefer the use of the word primary purpose, because wonder if you have an acre and you're growing lettuce, and one corner of that acre somebody is growing flowers for cut flowers, just a small portion. The primary purpose of the land would be for growing the crop of lettuce, but I know we have one sustainable farmer who grows flowers for cut flowers, and I don't want to prohibit that. You know, because it's a small portion of one of our open space parcels, and I don't want to prohibit that. But I don't want somebody to grow one row of potatoes for human consumption and the 25 rows for alcohol. So I think the word primary, when it comes forward to the housing issue, we can actually have them specify at that point.
Also, I'm
Okay.
Does that make sense, George?
yeah, I'm thinking
Yeah.
of
Okay. Hey, it's not a huge issue. I just wanted to bring that up. And one other issue, because we changed the dates, and I still question March to November. Nothing is happening even down in NEMA March 1st, and nothing is happening down in NEMA November 30th. So I would tighten that up a little bit. March 15th to November 15th or November 1st. I would just tighten that up a little bit.
I think there might be some activities further down in off the Crystal that are occurring in March and November, but I think the 15th to the 15th, if that helps move it forward, is fine with me, rather than the whole month of March and the whole month of November.
Yeah, thank you.
I can give George that one.
Well, I would begin it personally at March 1st, because especially down in a lower elevation, or someone with a greenhouse or a hoop house at a higher elevation, they're probably starting work. They're starting work in February, not actually in March, but their work gets heavier as the season
That's
goes
when
on.
they need help.
The same way to when the season ends, the greenhouse or hoop house would extend their growing season up till the middle, or at least the middle of November, I would think, or maybe even a little later in some cases, but their workload might be lower at that point, and they might not have the need to that. And maybe Eden could speak to that issue too, or any people on the public comment. Other commissioners, does anyone have comments you want to bring up right now? Kelly?
Yeah, I do. Hi, thanks, Steve. I want to crack this conversation open a little bit, and I hope this doesn't set us back, but I do think for me that this emergency that we're enduring right now has really shown me to question, how do we build more resilience in our community? And is this policy that we're talking about an opportunity to diversify what our economies are in the Roaring Fork Valley even further? So I guess refresh me as to why we just landed on food and not other agricultural products. But I wonder if this is a time where we have an opportunity in front of us to help further along a more diversified economy so that, we're not totally relying on our construction and resort economy, which we're seeing is devastated right now. So it's a question, I guess, for Suzanne. Remind me how we just landed on food and what the conversation was around other agricultural opportunities.
Well, I think when Eden first came in, I mean, again, he was really trying to work with, again, a lot of the young farmers who don't have land and who are in food production. So those were really the people that he, has been talking to who have, really have these housing issues. So, I think that was really where, sort of the limitation to food came from. And I guess just a little bit too towards the idea of seasonal. I know we brought it up last time. Again, this conversation has clearly brought up issues about, but right, as every place else, the farmers need year-round housing, not just seasonal housing. And again, we saw this as an initial step to address at least some of the issue for these farmers. Without really, breaking into the issue of, zone districts and density issues and, creating housing throughout the rural area of the county gets into a much bigger policy discussion. So this, again, the seasonal housing was seen as something that had been, contemplated in the code previously, but without specifics kind of around it in order to utilize it. But maybe Eden can jump in a little bit too, Kelly, on, sort of the background on the request for this for food production.
So Eden, do you want to comment at this time?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you so much for having us and for hearing this. And really grateful to be here with you all. So I guess I'll start with where we were going with food. I absolutely agree from a resiliency standpoint that stepping a little bit outside of food is relevant and effective. We were really trying to create a policy that wouldn't be, I guess, taken advantage of. When you start talking about housing, people could step in and say, oh, well, I have a small little fiber business or whatever other kind of entity it is on the side. And then the quandary around quantifying, is it really a business or just more of like a side hobby project? And with food production, it's quite a bit more difficult to make it when you're really producing, to make it like a hobby. It really becomes something that's out there for the greater community as a enterprise. So that's where we started with food, mostly from the standpoint of just not wanting the code to be taken advantage of, so that we could see this go through, possibly expand it in the future, and really made relevant to increase our resiliency at large as a community. I really appreciate your comments, Kelly, about resiliency. We have seen an unprecedented, probably about a 30-fold increase in both our demand for food and in our demand for DIY kind of things. It was typical for us to get maybe one inquiry a week or so, or a couple a month about people that wanted to start their own chicken coop, or maybe a couple a year when folks wanted to start a goat milking herd for their backyard, or raise a couple sheep. And we're fielding calls on a daily basis now with people that are interested in that kind of thing. So I think resiliency is on a lot of people's minds. And then also the unprecedented increase in demand for local food from that resiliency standpoint is something that we're really looking to do what we can to step in and scale up on our end and support our local farmers and being able to do that as well to the capacity that they can and that they're interested in. And so, I think big picture, housing is going to be a much bigger conversation than seasonal. And for us to get going, now, I think this is a really good stepping stone and a step in the right direction. Was there another question? Oh, the dates. Yes. So for us this year, we had our full-time year-round staff start. They really hit the ground running around February 15th. And while nothing is visible outside on March 1st, there's a lot of work. We brought in actually some extra hourly wage work starting on March 1st. Well, a little before. It was really kind of the third week of February on a pretty close to full-time basis, because that's when we want to be prepping the crops that will then go outside when the frost lets up. If we wait until March 15th, that's a solid 2 weeks where there's just not as much capacity to build that local inventory of the starts and the seedlings that we will put outside later. And on the back end, November is the big harvest month, and putting the beds, the farm to bed month, so kind of preparing things for the winter. And so it's really March and April, and I would say September through November. That's where the farm needs the most labor and attention. Once it gets into production, it's more kind of automated systems. I mean, there's still, of course, a ton of work, but it's that front end heavy of prep and the back end heavy of harvest and preparing for the winter, where the most extra labor is needed on the farm systems. At least that's the case on our enterprise, and I believe it's similar on most other farms in our region. Happy to answer any other questions.
Thanks, Ed.
Okay, Greg has a comment or question.
I was just thinking about resilience again, and appreciating what Kelly and Ed have just said. Ed, I'd love to know how many people are employed, Ed, and how many people are employed in these operations, because in any money spent in our community on local ag stays in the community longer than money spent on groceries that come from afar, quite simply. And I think we've all been looking on ways to stimulate the local economy, and the idea of promoting local agriculture and investing in it with community funding to help out the people who need work and need a livelihood. It just seems to me that this is one of the solutions to a resilience issue that we're looking at now. So I'd love to know how many people you have working. And it sounds to me like March through November is pretty reasonable. But if it's not, now's your chance to tell us what you think we ought to do. But it sounds like you're saying
March 1st, November 30th is great.
Okay.
I was expressing my preference for March
Excellent.
1st rather than pushing March 15th.
Got it. The only thing I want to bring up since I'm on here is I did get Kathy Markle's letter, and I think she brings up some points about equity on one hand that I think is a discussion worth having at some point. And then secondly, I also, she asked, what about flowers? I don't know if that's edible flowers or just flowers, and what about hemp production? It's arguable that hemp production gets turned into useful materials in our valley, in our community. It's possible we could extend it to things that aren't just nutrition. I don't want to open a can of worms. I want to see this go forward, but it's just a good future conversation. I'm also willing to do this on a pilot basis. We can circle back next year and look at it and see what needs to be changed. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah, so in terms of number of staff, our operation employs 14 staff members. I would say I'd have to go through some of them, do several different things. It's not just farming, but I'd say in the summertime it's close to 10 full time. That's just related to the farming operation, and part of that, some of those are interns that wouldn't be year-round staff. I think most operations in the valley, if I was to take a rough average, I would say there's probably 25 maybe farm workers in the valley. Where farming is different than most other work is, it's not really that doable to farm from Zoom. It's one of the few things where labor is essential. And so where most other things can happen remotely or automated or, in times of or other kind of work opportunities might be in more of a recession and decreasing workloads. It's not super easy to do that with agriculture. It requires people on the ground working. Does that answer your question?
Okay, thanks, Eden. Let's go back to other people's comments. We could come back to you, or if you want to participate further, we'll give you that chance. I had a couple of thoughts myself. One is I would like to change the wording of that and to broaden it from food to make it food and fiber, for which the primary purpose is human consumption and use. A classical example of somebody living in a recreational vehicle, you would call it a recreational vehicle, is a sheep herder's wagon, which for decades sheep herders in the summer would live in their sheep herder's wagons, or perhaps in a tent out when they're following the sheep around in the high country. The sheep are produced for two purposes, food and fiber both. They were really a dual use kind of an animal. And so we really have a precedent for farmers here in the valley producing fiber. Now, extending that to hemp, if someone were growing hemp here in the valley, they might be growing it for the seed, which could be used for just for food production or for pharmaceutical purposes. They could also be growing it for the fiber. And so I think if we just broadened our definition a little bit to include fiber and not just food would be a good idea. My second point would be, and this might apply to those who are using the open space land where the management plan does not allow any housing on there at all. What if someone had a next door neighbor to the operation and the next door neighbor was willing to host the two recreational vehicles parked on their property? It wouldn't be their property that was being used for the agricultural production, but it would get the workers really close to, next door to the farm. And I'm curious what the rest of the board thinks about that possibility.
I need to ask Suzanne, is that allowed use? Is it a special review? Is it a...
Again, if it was to be allowed under this provision as a seasonal use, I mean, this anticipated it's being on the property that is being farmed. So we would have to broaden the language here to somehow...
We wouldn't know the circumstances of the neighboring properties.
Allow it.
But without this, separate from this, if I owned a piece of property next to county open space and I wanted to put two of their RVs on my property, I'd have to go through some kind of process with Pickett County.
Again, it would still be this temporary use permit process, but these provisions would have to be amended to allow for it to be on an adjacent property.
Right, but I'm saying if we didn't amend it to allow that, how could they go through a process?
No, then it would not. Then right.
Putting an RV on your
this is
property.
only allowing it on the property where the
and there's no other way to
production is
allow it
occurring.
unless we would be to amend this.
Correct.
Which is a big step.
So that's a big change from what we're talking about now. I wanted to put it out there as an idea, and maybe it's an idea for a future rendition next year or something, because this is kind of
if the need comes up,
a trial basis, or if the need arises, it could be a way we could tweak it in a future year. So what do the other board members think about the food and fiber idea, first of all?
I have a problem with that, Steve. That was a major concern, an issue with the Emma caucus, specifically when dealing with hemp, because hemp can be, you could have odor issues, and we already know what we went through for 2 years with Holland Hills with marijuana odor issues. And if that were to pass here, the Emma caucus would raise hell about it. And as it stands, the Woody Creek caucus is opposed to it already. So by trying to broaden this, I think you're going to run into much more opposition.
Okay. Point well taken, George.
I think George has a good point, even
Yeah,
though I
absolutely.
believe in pursuing hemp because it's, especially in drought conditions, hemp is such a versatile product, but that could be something that comes up in future discussions also. But
Yeah.
I think we need to look at this at first blush, see how it works, reevaluate it, and see what we might want to add or take out in the future. And I have to come back to the dates, George, and I do apologize, but listening to Ed, and I think I'm going to have to support March through November.
Yeah, it's not a big issue for me. I think there's going to be lots more hoops that people are going to have to jump through,
right?
Especially if they want to use the space land. So those issues will come to bear if and when those applications come forward.
Okay.
Yeah. So I get your point, George, about the fiber. I'm willing to put those kind of on a parking lot list to look at in the future. And taking Greg's viewpoint of this being kind of a trial basis thing in effect this year, and we need to try it. Well, let's do it a little bit more conservatively this year and see how it works. And if there are different issues that come up, they will come up, and we can maybe modify it in future years. So I'd be willing to, put those on the back burner for now, George.
Okay.
Let's see, other commissioner comments right now? Greg?
Greg here. I would just, I'm ready to offer a motion. And I guess I could do that. We could always discuss more. Just make sure I've got the right one. This is the ordinance adopting amendment to section 71080 and 43050 of the Pitkin County 2006 Pitkin County Land Use Code, Title 8 of the Pitkin County Code, specifically to update the provision related to seasonal farm worker housing.
Well, I'll second it, but we need to open
Okay.
it for public comment.
Yeah, definitely. So it's
Right. Okay, sorry.
So it's moved and
Yeah.
seconded, and we will go to public comment now. And the public on the phone, you can be calling in right now. The number again, 1-346-248-7799. And while you are phoning in, if you are going to do that, we will have Suzanne read Kathy Markle's letter.
Okay. So this is Kathy Markle. Here are my thoughts. I strongly object to any provision allowing any further development, including temporary or permanent worker housing, on any open space lands. This land is to be open space, not developed space. The people already using these spaces are getting land that I and the property owners of our county have paid for, essentially for free and for profit. The majority of those benefiting from the profits of these operations have not paid into the property tax system. The people making the profits on these lands also do not contribute to our economy by collecting or paying sales tax into our local economy, as agricultural farm sales are exempt. The people making profits on these lands have not paid for any water rights, electrical costs, as far as I know, to running irrigation pumps, fans for greenhouses, lighting. The people making profits on these lands are receiving benefits paid for by public monies designated to preserve open space, paid for by we landowners, to the exclusion of private landholders who are farming at their own expense. We receive no assistance from the county for our ownership of water rights, irrigation systems, fencing, soil management, installation and maintenance of roads, construction of buildings, growing structures, equipment, electrical and propane costs, sanitation and waste management. These costs make private farming a no-profit operation. In addition, publicly subsidized farming receives priority in farmers markets and publicly supported advertising and social support. The open space lands now given to these people are now fenced, and the public is excluded from accessing them in any way. Even as passive, inaccessible open space, the views of our protected lands are now filled with fences and buildings. Therefore, worker housing of any kind is further development of these lands, and I am opposed to allowing it on our privately paid-for public lands. Secondly, the use allowed should include flowers grown and farmed for commercial production and hay. What about hemp? How are you addressing cattle, horses, and other animals grown for food production? How does Rock Bottom Ranch fit into your description? As you can see, I'm extremely sensitive to the above issues and feel very cheated by our county officials. I've been farming on my property in Emma for 7 years at zero profit. I have invested thousands of dollars in my infrastructure, including greenhouses, irrigation systems with water rights I own and pay for, fencing equipment, sanitation, and soil management on my own with no assistance from anyone not paid by me. Regards, Kathy Markle, proprietor of That's Emma Farms.
Okay. Are there comments on the people on the phone who wish to speak on this issue? No one has phoned in. Bring it back to the board. I'm going to leave the public hearing open in case somebody is trying to get in and gets in here in the last few minutes, but bring it back to the board for further discussion.
Steve, I just had one thing that came up at the last meeting. If you recall, the P&Z had actually, again, we've talked a little bit about this being sort of a trial. And the P&Z had made a recommendation in their resolution that we, do this for 3 years, kind of have a 3-year trial and see where things stand. I think you've all spoken a little bit to we're going to see how this goes and then decide. I realized as that started to come up that Laura Maker, who was at that meeting with me, we were supposed to talk about what was the best way to accomplish. Are we sunsetting the provision after a certain amount of time, or do we just want to somehow recognize that you're looking for us to come back to you with kind of an update or, report back on how this is working and a consideration for what other changes might be looked at in the future. Again, there was some discussion about that, and unfortunately I kind of missed it in my memo. And so I guess anyway, if you all just want to give your thoughts on, how you envision this moving forward, again, then I can circle back and make sure that's either appropriately addressed in the ordinance or, separately in more of a kind of an item for staff to just make sure that we come back to you within a certain period of time.
So the P&Z recommended a 3-year period?
Right.
In what they passed on to us?
In their resolution, yeah.
In order to gather information, because it'll probably take that long for information to come through.
Yeah, so maybe we should put in here that just specify and put it in the ordinance to say that at the end of the season in 3 years, which would be 2023.
Do we need to put it in the ordinance, or can we just direct staff to bring it back in 3 years?
Again, that's what I was supposed to follow up with Laura about how best to do it. I mean, the P&Z included it as kind of in their findings that they said that it should be revisited after 3 years to evaluate the effectiveness and impacts of the use. So again, I think if it was a sunset, we wanted it to end unless it came back forward. We would include it in the actual code. Maybe this is the appropriate way to include it in the findings of the ordinance, and then staff will make the note that we need to circle back and bring, report back out.
Kelly?
I would prefer that latter approach. I don't think a sunsetting clause needs to be included.
I agree.
Yeah, I wouldn't want it to sunset, but I think it's a good idea to review it periodically, because it's a new thing.
And that
3 years' time, we would get enough information and data and usage, and that could be the time that if we wanted to make changes, we could do so at that time.
I think we could say sort of after. I mean, I think what we're thinking is really three growing seasons, so it would be after the 2022 growing season, that then we would at that point be able to gather some information on how this has been used, how much, where, et cetera.
Okay. That's reasonable.
Steve?
Yes. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, I would also suggest that if some applications are being approved, that we have an annual check-in, an annual review, rather than waiting 3 years. Because if there are problems, we want to address them earlier than later.
Okay, so that would be of applications that are approved, so people are using it. I think that would be a good idea to do an annual review, because it's a brand new thing, and something happens, we can make adjustments to it sooner than later. That's a good idea. Does the rest of the board agree with that suggestion from George?
That would make it, when are we determining a year? Is it going to start up this year? I mean,
well, I would suggest a year starting with the first application that was granted. I mean, there's no sense having a review now if there's no
I know, that's what
no
I'm
applicant.
saying.
I guess, right, we can see if we get any this year.
So we'll just have staff provide us with a report after a year of applications that have come through and any issues, and then in 3 years we'll reevaluate the whole ordinance.
Right,
Okay.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So it could
I
just
think
be a
that's
staff
a
memo.
reasonable idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, George.
Any other comments from board members? Kelly.
Yeah, separately but related, I think that we should check in with open space and direct them to think about a policy for what this type of housing might look like from a large scale, rather than a management plan to management plan type of approach.
Kelly, you'd be asking for something that gives them guidance when management plans come forward, so they have something to
Exactly.
That makes great sense.
Okay. Eden, we didn't come back to you. Do you have any more comments at this point? You're kind of the applicant, and you're kind of part of the public also. And then I'll get to you, Greg, after that.
Hey, Steve. Greg here.
Comment.
This is a question for Eden also. I would just be interested in knowing, and I've asked one of the open space board members and maybe Gary to just give us an idea what the capacity is for agricultural production. I know all the local farmers are enthusiastic about contributing to local food. I'm just wondering if you could give us an idea of what's possible on the parcels of land that we're talking about and on the various farms that are in production. It'd be really great to know if the demand was there, what do you think we could do in terms of local production for the basic things you can get in the summertime? If that helps, I'd just love to know that.
It's a fantastic question, and we did put some time into exploring what capacity is. There's also been some other studies. Carpendale Sustainable Settings was involved in a pretty comprehensive one, just kind of looking at what the carrying capacity is of our valley for food production. Unfortunately, it's not a super easy question to answer because are we saying, if we were feeding everyone all their caloric needs, or are we feeding them just the vegetables that they would eat, or their veggies and their protein? And then also there's different agriculture techniques utilize different amounts of space. There's more intensive farming where you can grow a substantial amount of food in an acre, and then there's more kind of spread out versions of agriculture that are more commonplace where a lot more land is required. So there's I would say the answer is anecdotal at best, but I feel pretty confident that if we put a substantial amount more of our agricultural lands into production, that we could really take care of our community, especially if we start looking at grain, and that's another project that I may keep.
Is there a manager there I can
but yeah, if we start to look at grain on a larger.
We should mute George. I think he's off, but I hear him.
Yeah.
Thanks, Eden.
Yeah.
Thank you for that answer. That's encouraging. Now it's just a matter of creating the demand.
Mm-hmm. And I think actually, especially after this unfortunate situation that we're in now, it's seeming that resiliency is much more on people's minds, and I think.
Right.
I
I did want to circle back. with the passion that Kathy Markle had in her letter. Those issues have come up regarding equity. You know, if somebody who I think she's feeling a little bit like maybe she's got to compete with people who have a leg up, and I don't know if right now is the time to have the conversation about the equity issue that a private landowner brings up who may be competing with the subsidized farmer. But I would invite that conversation someday, and I don't know where it would go, but I do feel compelled to understand it better. And maybe that's a future work session. I'm open to suggestions.
So I have the thought that we could have the Roaring Fork Farmers and Renters Group take that up as a topic to discuss amongst the membership and get Kathy Markle involved in that discussion as a possibility. Let's see. Kelly, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I would just note some of those assessments seem to be addressed more at our agricultural lessee program and our open space program rather than this ordinance at hand. And I think Kathy is probably well positioned to take advantage of this ordinance more quickly than maybe some other users. And so it might be, you know, great to follow up with her and find out the advantage or experience she might have with us.
Okay, good idea. George.
George.
Kathy's had this long-running argument ever since we started leasing lands. And Kathy and anybody else could apply to lease lands. We don't restrict that to anybody. So if she wants to lease land to take advantage of a subsidy, she could do it. So I would not be supportive of opening this up for a broader discussion because anyone could apply to lease lands. It's open to whomever. And yes, we are subsidizing. We subsidize housing. We subsidize transportation. We subsidize many things. So that's my comment.
Okay, and Kathy could take advantage of this ordinance we're working on right now. Let's see. Andrew, there aren't any other phone calls, are there? Let's double check. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing for the rest of the day now and bring it to the board for possible resolution and any further discussion.
I'd make a motion if I can find it here. This is the ordinance for adopting an amendment to sections 71080 and 43050 of the Pitkin County Land Use Code 2006, Title 8 of the Pitkin County Code, specifically update provision related to seasonal farm worker housing.
I'll second.
I'll second.
We'll give it to Kelly.
Patty won that one.
Oh, no.
Kelly,
thank you, Eden.
So, further discussion from board members. Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, 5-0 vote. Thank you, Eden, for
Thank you
bringing
all.
that forward
Thanks,
to us.
Eden.
Thank you, Suzanne, for your work on this.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to open discussion items. Patty.
Well, I think one of the things that, I don't know how we're going to deal with this, the letter, the draft letter, Dear Pitkin County community members near and far, that was provided to us yesterday. I started to wordsmith and rewrite, and I found myself like every sentence doing something, and I finally got myself to where I had to stop. So I don't know how the board wants to proceed with it. I couldn't get myself to a final draft to present to the board today.
So, I know Greg had given comments to Pat Bingham, and I sent a few comments to Pat Bingham after she had revised. I think we really need to kind of coordinate with Pat, who is the one who's been doing the wordsmithing on it at this point. I take it we don't.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kelly.
Sorry. I think before we get into the details, I don't want us to send out this letter. It doesn't seem focused, and I think people are really desiring just frank, straightforward talk from us and messages of reassurance of what we are doing and what we plan to do. I don't think we need to revisit a lot of what we've done or applaud, the successes, because it's not successes for everybody. Not everybody's getting economic assistance. It's a great program. I'm thrilled and honored that we're doing it. But, I also just want to just give plain speak to the public and reassure them that we are working out every minor problem we find. I don't find that this letter is, at least for me, putting forth a message or tone that I want to put my name on.
I think I've probably heard enough. We need to take another run at this.
Thank you, John.
Why don't we just do that? I'll try and work with Pat on it.
And thank you, Kelly, for the direction. I totally agree.
So George said it yesterday that right away you thought it was too long, and if we're giving a succinct message, really honing in on the really important issues, it needs to be more concise, shorter, more precise, and I think we can get there. So, Kelly, all of us, I think, will be getting the next version of this, and then we can make further comments at that point.
Or see how we want to move in the future. I'm not sure.
Okay, other open discussion items. John, do you have any open discussion item to bring with us first?
I have a lot of open discussion for you. Unfortunately, I know it's been a long day for you. But there are a few things in terms of next steps with our response that, but before we take them, I want to be sure you understand kind of the whys and whats and have an opportunity to have some input into those. So let me, if you don't mind, Steve, I'll just start diving into issues.
Yeah. Take the floor, John.
Greg, you and George are making me jealous being outside there, by the way.
Just got thrown out.
The first issue that we're trying to find a new solution to is not everyone has the option to meet our stay-at-home order, because we still do have members in our community that do not have a home. And we did do an emergency order to open up our Health and Human Services building for nighttime shelter as well as daytime. And we are able to serve, it's been anywhere between 6 and 10 people. We still have 5 to 15 people who are chronically homeless, who for various reasons do not use the homeless shelter or the day shelter. And working with our law enforcement officers in all our jurisdictions who are responsible or have taken on some responsibilities in relation to enforcing our public health order, they've really looked to us for a solution. There are some additional safety issues that we need to take into consideration. We've closed down just about every public facility at this point. So public facilities that would typically provide opportunities for hand washing, sanitation, bathrooms, all of that are no longer available. And believe it or not, the snow's melting. As Greg and George are demonstrating to us right now. And we're coming up on fire season, and as we've talked about in the past, that camping and such and urban wildland interfaces presents a fire danger, and right now we want to limit anything else happening. So ESF 6, or Emergency Support Function 6, which is the Human Services and Housing, would like to establish a designated campsite. We've talked about this in the past. There, basically, the thumb sketch of the plan is the Aspen Police Department does have an officer that it has been working with this population. They have agreed to provide some oversight and vetting. We would plan on using a parking lot. Right now, we're looking at Buttermilk parking lot as our most likely location. There has been talk about Brush Creek. We have more entities involved in that decision making versus Buttermilk, which the county controls, so we could set it up more quickly. We're talking about setting up roughly 12 by 12 spaces for people, being able to provide sanitation facilities, both bathroom and hand washing, and facilities where hygiene can be achieved. Probably looking at screening off the area with construction screening or something like that to provide some privacy. Right now, this would serve the purpose of, one, providing a monitored space for this population to be, keeping the population right now, as we heard earlier this week, sometimes the only option is to hop on a bus or to do those sorts of things. We think we could manage that a lot better while providing the proper protections to the population during this pandemic. Obviously, there would be more planning that would happen through the IMT and public health in terms of setting up the space, but their first threshold is getting an emergency order signed by me to use one of those locations. And I wanted to let you know that we see this as an important next step in terms of a population that is relatively unprotected. And right now, like I said, we're looking at Buttermilk and or Brush Creek as a second option. So I'll leave it there.
Patty has a comment or question.
John, I understand the need, and one of the problems I think we face is there's the population of homeless who doesn't want to be in a confined overnight staying or facility. That's why they don't take advantage of our homeless shelter sites now. So I think it's great we give them an opportunity. I'm not sure if we can convince them all that this is a good place for them to be staying right now. The other concern is we have requirements and restrictions in using our existing overnight facilities, alcohol, smoking, etc. So that's one of the reasons a lot of them don't like to participate in the opportunities that are available to them now. So I think we need to make an effort to try and set something up. I'm not sure if we can convince that population to stay in one of these sites that we create, but I think it's probably something we should try. I know they're doing it in Denver and elsewhere because that's what we need to do. But I think it would be interesting to see the participation that we get.
Yeah, and we have been working with members of the population right now. So we know that we have a certain number that will take advantage of this if we set it up. It may not be 100%.
And they know that there will be the same limitations as, I'm hoping that we'll have the same limitations as the ones that are in our existing shelters.
That's something we're going to put into the planning, Patty, and in terms of how we manage the site. We also want to make sure it's usable and used.
Right, but sometimes with the alcohol use and stuff creates other problems when you have confined persons in a space. I know you guys know all of that. I just think that's important to, yeah. Okay, John, thank you.
Understood. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, John.
I think he's looking for board support.
Let's see. I can't see Andrew, could you put the pictures up on there?
George and I both have comments. Steve, if you don't mind.
Okay,
you can hop in.
Go ahead. I couldn't see you on the screen there, Kelly.
All right, yeah. Hey, you're doing great. These meetings are tough with the technology.
Yeah, you're doing great, Steve. Andrew lost you all.
One question is, where are these people staying now? And I thought we had relationships with some hotels for this type of provision of service.
So, am I unmuted?
Yeah.
You're unmuted.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So right now, a lot of the folks are camping, basically, and in our discussions, a lot would prefer to continue doing that. We do have relationships for another portion of the population, Kelly, where we're looking at using one of the local hotels for that group. But we're trying to have a yes and solution to get folks where they need to be and in a situation that's safer for all of us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. George?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, John, this is really a challenge. I understand this. It's what we're trying to address is having some public health facilities available, whether it be a bathroom or sanitary places. And so in the past, we've had homeless, especially this time of year, camping here and there, but they have access to bathrooms and to public sinks. So that's really the issue we're trying to really address, correct?
Well, I think it's a little broader than that, George. Just like in years past where we've had high fire danger, and of course we're not there yet, we've tried to seek other solutions than having people camp in the urban wildland interface. We are very concerned. Part of what we're trying to manage ahead of right now is additional risks, whether it be wildfire risks. That's going to be my next kind of heads up for you is we may look at going into fire restrictions early. We're having that discussion with fire and law enforcement and the IMT just for the reasons right now there is not a lot of first responder capacity, or we're concerned about observing first responder capacity on another event. So it's kind of twofold what we're trying to manage is the public health aspects that you laid out, but also giving the population another option other than camping and maybe creating some other risks in the urban wildland area.
Yeah, so back to some of Patty's comments in terms of not allowing alcohol use and drug use. And, I don't know how we would oversee that, as well as just the basic social distancing, because now you're going to sort of gather several people together where they have perhaps gone out on their own. So I'm sure you guys are talking about that, but that's an issue. And then also RAFTA is an issue. I mean, one thing that RAFTA board does not want to see are transits using the buses. That's been an issue, a health issue with COVID-19, and that's why Glenwood is is looking at restricting, and now they've come up with a new restriction, which requires everyone using the Raptor bus in and out of Glenwood has to have a face cover. So you put people out by Brush Creek, the intercept lot, and then they're really isolated. And that's actually the one place that there is public facilities. So there is a bathroom that's going to remain open there. But in terms of these people having to access food, it's complicated. I understand that, and I'm sure you're looking at all these issues. But
We're probably not going to eliminate that use, George, but we think we can greatly reduce it by having a place to be.
Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll keep our fingers crossed, and it's for a very short duration, whatever we come.
Yeah, knock on wood. Oh, sorry, Greg. Yeah.
I just know Kelly had also asked just about hotel capacity. I don't know how many people we're talking about. The thought of setting up a 12 by 12 fenced patch on a piece of asphalt at Buttermilk to me is starting to sound like a prison cell or a jail cell, and I do wonder how attractive that would be. And I know we've got an issue here. I'm just wondering, are there any other options regarding maybe mobile trailers that could be brought in, or a hotel space somewhere? Have we thought about these options?
Probably not quickly for those options. We did have the Housing Stability Group met on this to have the conversation. This is really an ask coming out of that group as they explored options, including the hotels. And there is a population, and I apologize, I just don't have it on the top of my head right now from my conversation with Nan, that we're looking at using one of the local hotels. Some of the reasons that some of these folks are not in the homeless shelter and such is because of, either their desires not to be, or some other behavioral issues that may not make them appropriate for some of the other venues. But are still willing to do some camping if we give them a designated spot. So, yeah, and we've been working closely, like I said, with our social worker and the law enforcement officer who's worked most closely with this population.
Keep us posted.
So, John, this is Steve. I had a call from Kevin Warner from the Forest Service, and I haven't gotten back with him. He wants to have a discussion with us about just Forest Service issues in terms, I think part of it has to do with their opening their campgrounds or not opening their campgrounds. That sort of issue is probably a big part of the discussion. He's kind of wondering, what they should be doing at what time. And I think that you should probably have a discussion with him, or maybe we should set up a work session with him to talk about Forest Service specific issues. But I think a big part would be the trailheads, the parking lots, the campgrounds, because that season is coming up, and there probably will be a lot of people wanting to camp out in the Forest Service ground and facilities very shortly here. Yeah, and I think that would probably, I need to get Kevin in touch with our public health team and IMT to get coordinated on those types of facilities. And I've got another update from the Forest Service, but before we leave this, I understand there are definitely issues and concerns with doing this. That's why it's been so hard to do in the past when we haven't had a crisis, maybe pushing us to do it. But right now we're feeling this is the right thing to do, and I just want to make sure that
understanding all of these issues that we're going to have to manage, that the board is okay with me giving that authorization.
I think we need to look at it. Just keep us in the loop.
Yeah,
please.
definitely. You know, it's a public health issue, and we're taking extraordinary steps right now. This would be an one more in a series of extraordinary and different kind of steps than we're used to taking. So when it's all over, we'll have a rehash on all the things that went right and that went wrong.
Yeah. Just kind of moving through, because I know it's been a long day, and Al wishes wants his mom back. Speaking of the Forest Service did contact Public Works. They are not planning on opening any of the Maroon Bells facilities at the end of the road until May 31st. It would be our preference if those facilities are not open to just match opening the road with when those facilities, opening the road for automobile traffic. There will probably still be bikers and such that are making their way up there. It's our recommendation to keep the road closed till May 31st. That's why I make sure you guys are on board with that.
Hey, Steve and John, I just want to repeat a comment I heard from a parishioner in a local community church here, who suggested that if we're looking for opportunities and places to do things, certainly reach out to the faith-based community. That they have volunteer networks in place. They may have facilities that could be opened up, parking lots even. Just wondering, not sure, what's possible, but I did want to ask, are any other locations being considered?
Right now, just because of access issues for the population, the Buttermilk and Brush Creek lots seem to make the most sense in terms of moving people there. I know we've had some offers from Mid-Valley faith-based communities and such. We're not sure that this would be the right location from a transportation access perspective for that.
John, one more question. I just want to go back a step here. Given all we're trying to do in terms of social distancing, how will we address that if you bring in sort of a group of homeless together in one area and you really don't have any oversight? And will they become more susceptible, and then thus community become more susceptible?
Not necessarily, George. Those congregations are probably taking place more in an unsupervised kind of way right now. This would give us a way to establish some social distancing parameters, marking off. It gives us an easy way to actually have some oversight with the group and conversations. And so I actually think providing sanitation facilities, providing marked out areas, knowing where to go and look for the congregations, and having those discussions actually puts us in a better position to monitor.
Okay.
What about the ball fields at the Arc? It's closed. There's parking. They have restrooms that open just to the outside.
Yeah, we can ask the city. We can work that through the IMT as an option.
And what about the 7th Street Forest Service property? Are their dormitories full?
I don't think, Patty, this is going to be the population that you put inside.
Okay. If we're talking about putting them in hotels, maybe we could talk about putting them into a dormitory of sorts.
Okay, John, do you need a thumbs up or just general agreement on this?
Yeah, just to make sure that I'm not going to get in too much trouble when we do it.
I think,
I appreciate the work of the Housing Stability Group in bringing forward this request. They really always keep the most vulnerable in mind.
Agreed. I appreciate what you're up against here and what you're doing. It sounds like sound reasoning. I'm a little concerned about spring weather. It's all looking really good right now, but we know winter isn't completely over yet. If I had to camp right now, I'd probably be looking for lower elevation. I'm not trying to push people out, but I'm just thinking if we set something up and it turns into we get 18 or 20 inches of snow out there, it's just going to be pretty difficult. I guess we just need to keep that in mind, but you have my approval to go ahead.
Thank you. The last thing I had, and I was hoping Carol was going to be able to join us, but it doesn't look like she's been able to hop on. She had distributed a letter on the CARES Act to the board. I can try and pull it up here.
When did she distribute it?
Now you're asking really hard questions. It was only 3 hours ago.
Oh, I didn't see it come through.
Let me just see if I can pull it up and share it with you real quick. And then I'll try and share my screen if it's not shared already. So I just tried to share it. And then,
I don't know if it'll open.
are you seeing my screen now?
Yeah, I got it.
And are you guys seeing my computer screen on your devices?
Yes.
I've got it. Yes.
Okay. So basically, this was a letter that the city of Aspen actually developed, and we're looking to sign on with our level of budget impact, probably using our scenario 3 for the purposes of this letter. And here, I'll stop scrolling. So basically, what the letter is really requesting is that smaller rural communities be considered in any future CARES Act distributions, and that I think, and that the state also making their decisions about how federal stimulus dollars are distributed, take our smaller communities into account. And this is really based on, right now, there's really no guarantees for communities with a population of under 500,000 for funds coming to support the local governments and the challenges, financial challenges that they're having, both as a result of the significant economic impact, but also the additional spending we're needing to do. And so it would be staff's recommendation, probably since this has already come through the city of Aspen, it would be adding in our magnitude of budgetary impact that we talked about yesterday. And then hopefully Eagle County, I have not talked to my counterpart in Eagle County to know where they stand on this, but to have it signed by the mayor or chair of each entity.
Yeah, John or Kelly, actually, isn't CCAT doing a similar?
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up. So, Guy and CCAT sent a similar letter last week to our federal delegation So I would sort of just like to take the time to compare the two and see if there's any salient points that are missing. Is that a problem?
Yeah, but what I would suggest, because I think we want to maybe get in a letter quickly, if the board would, just give Kelly basically authorization to look at that and suggest edits for consistency. And then maybe we can prepare a letter based on that for the chair's signature, if you're okay with the basic.
Greg would be okay with that. I think that's good. I'd also love to see other, municipalities included. If we can bring Basalt and Carbondale and any signatories, if it makes sense, let's get as many as we can on board. And I approve that Kelly could do that. That's fine.
Sorry, Kelly.
No worries. I'll work on it tonight.
John, the other thing is, because this is going to our federal legislators
And the governor's office.
and the governor's office, because as right now, as we've heard, is the money's going to go to the state, and it's up to the governor's discretion. And again, I've been hearing different messages from the governor in response to rural resort communities.
Yep. I think I think everyone needs to be concerned about how this is going to be equitably divided.
Yeah, and in fact, even to her credit, Senator Donovan has been trying to pursue the same line of inquiry. So,
well, if everyone's okay with that, Kelly, if you don't mind taking a look, and then we can insert the language from the budget memo that we presented yesterday for Picking County's portion, and we can see if we can get more signatories on it.
Okay.
Yep.
Is everybody good with that? Patty and I are both
Thanks,
good?
John.
Yeah. So, you guys have probably seen, I just had a few slides, probably more for the public, on COVID update. I will leave it to your discretion whether you want me to do that now, or this is all information that's been pushed out on our website.
I'd go ahead, because you can do it tomorrow, but we won't be here, John, so.
Yeah, you've got, hopefully we have, there are people who watch us all the way down through Eagle and Garfield counties.
Okay, give me just a sec here. I'm still amazingly learning how to use all of this. Okay, can you see that now?
Yep.
I just can't get to my present button because I have all your faces there. So just a real brief kind of reminder of the whys and where we stand today. Just for any of those watching, in terms of the why we're doing what we're doing with our public health orders and the shutdowns that have been so painful is really, and the stay-at-home orders, which have been difficult for people. It's really to preserve our healthcare and provider capacity as this virus comes into our communities. And everyone's seen this before, but the real goal here is you have a line that represents what your healthcare capacity is in a community. The concern with COVID-19, because of its infection rates and the number of serious cases that result, is that if you allow normal interactions, no interventions to occur, the infection rate and the number of people that require hospitalization will greatly exceed that line. And so our goal has been to slow the infection rate so that the number of serious cases resulting from COVID-19 do not exceed our healthcare capacity. I think the board is pretty well aware of this. Sorry, I've got notes all over the place, and I wanted to grab some other ones here. But in essence, this started for us on March 8th when we had confirmation that a visitor to our community had returned home and tested positive for COVID-19. We immediately did contact tracing, identified 13 individuals who had significant contact, and we got those people in isolation within 24 hours. We then did additional contact tracing and testing, and as the board's aware, on 10th and 11th, we received confirmation that we had positive cases in Pickens County. It started off at 9, went to 10. We had 3 of those 13 refused to test. But we went very quickly on March 13th to our first public health orders. At the time, these were the strictest we could find in the nation. We worked with Eagle County and Garfield County. We looked at other public health orders. The strictest we found was out of King County, Washington, which at the time was an epicenter, which limited groups and events to 250 people. Seems amazing now, just a few weeks later. We set ours at 50 people. On March 18th, we ratcheted down again to 10 or fewer people. And then on March 23rd, we ratcheted again to include only essential businesses being allowed to stay open and shutting down the VRBOs and lodging, really the visitors. Then on April 30th, we had our most recent amendment to the public health order, which extended the effective date of the order from April 17th to April 30th. It required any second homeowners or such who are coming into the to the county, to their properties, to quarantine for 14 days. And we allowed no more than 5 people with social distancing to gather in any one location. These steps have been working. This is our dashboard as of yesterday. Aspen Valley Hospital had 1 COVID patient in the hospital. We do have 34 confirmed positive test results. I would note that the actual number of COVID infections in our communities is probably much higher because we do not have extensive community-based testing at this time. And tragically, we've had 2 deaths, but fortunately, we've remained at those 2 deaths now for several days.
Hey, John. Greg here. Question, just on that last slide, we only have 1 COVID-19 patient in the hospital, but I understand people have been sent from here to lower elevations. Do we have any numbers on that?
Yeah, that is, Greg, thank you for bringing that up. That is correct that oftentimes as the respiratory symptoms get worse, and there's capacity, we're trying to move patients to lower elevations where it's easier for them, frankly, to get the oxygen and treatment they need. We have a request into the IMT to see if we can get that data from the hospital so the community can see how many patients have been hospitalized and moved. So I don't have that for you right now, and I don't know if there are any privacy issues or such that prevent the hospital. I wouldn't think so from sharing that information. So we hope to have that on future reports.
No, I think Dave Ressler has reported out on that before. What happened to the Valley View numbers?
We have been hit or miss on getting those, Kelly, and so for that day we did not get the numbers from Valley View. So we're working on a more consistent communication.
Thanks.
So it's not that we're not trying to report them. It's when we have them, we put them in. Symptom tracker. This is as of probably 9 or 10 o'clock last night. So there may be new information or new data in. But I think what we pointed out before is the onset of symptoms. We're really tracking this closely. So this doesn't mean that all of these people have COVID-19, but we're tracking those people that have key symptoms and have signed on to fill out our survey. I believe we're around 289, maybe 293 people right now. But what you would expect to see for really all illness, whether it's the flu or COVID-19 or what have you, is that as you implement social distancing strategies, anywhere from 7 to 10 days out, you start to hopefully see the impact of those. Again, we don't have a lot of longitudinal data, but the longitudinal data that we do have is showing the right kind of curve in terms of the onset of symptoms. And so our first public health orders were going in right around here. You see symptoms going up, and then within that 7 to 10 day time frame, you see a significant drop in terms of onset of symptoms. We will need to continue tracking this longitudinal data, but again, for you and for the community, this is exactly the type of curve that we're hoping to see with symptoms and if we had community-based testing. All of this is available on our website. And then you can see the occurrence based on Aspen, Snowmass, and then unincorporated. The other thing that we wanted to be sure we were tracking is this is an unprecedented event for most of us. And so how are people doing emotionally, dealing with both the threat presented by the COVID-19 virus as well as the steps that we've taken to mitigate it. And so this graph, you can see 148 people feeling hopeful, 28 people feeling hopeless, and you have 110 people feeling doubtful while you have 45 optimistic. These are concerning numbers, and so we're making sure that our mental health providers are in tune with our trends on the emotional tracker and trying to push out as much as possible information on how to access mental health services, therapeutical services to help people cope.
Hey, John, could I just ask regarding doubtful, could you drill down on doubtful about their prospects, or if it's a hoax or not? That's or what? I'm just wondering, are they near the it's all nonsense category, or are they doubtful about?
I think the all nonsense is probably, these are the folks that just don't have confidence that this is real. I think the doubtful, we're capturing people that just aren't feeling really optimistic. They're still troubled by the prospects of how we're going to come out of this.
Great. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah,
Can I add to that? Well,
Patty.
Greg, I was going to ask that same question. I'm not so sure, John. I think if I was to be asked, am I doubtful? And I was kind of, I don't really think it's all nonsense, but I'm kind of doubtful about this, this projection. I think there might be a percentage within that 110 people that are not clear on the definition of doubtful. I'm excited to see the 148 that are hopeful.
Yeah, and
the 45
totally
that are
true.
optimistic.
Yeah, this is by its nature a pretty subjective exercise, but we're trying to take the temperature of the community.
And I love the
understand
color choices.
I will take full credit for that.
Yeah, you're right, Mr. I love the. Andrew's saying no, it wasn't you, John. It was him. Sorry.
Yeah, definitely
But
was
it's
not
good.
me.
It's good information. Thank you.
Yeah. And then, of course, I think everyone knows at this point that access to county facilities is closed off. There are some exceptions. Human Services has limited access for those needing to access the building for services. Courts also have limited access. The jail, we've eliminated non-custodial programs during the time of the pandemic, so that's going to be your work release type programs and such to limit the number of interactions in that facility, just really the folks that have to be there for custodial purposes. And the airport has remained open, but has certainly been operating at a greatly reduced. We have people coming in and out in the teens on commercial flights right now. We are distributing information to everyone that's coming through about our quarantine orders and expectations there. And that is it for now. I just wanted to give you guys a quick update there.
Okay. Thank you, John.
Mute, George.
George, go ahead.
John, does that information from the airport commercial get over to GA as well? Are we tracking GA?
Yeah, so we're providing the same kind of handouts and information to be distributed.
Thank you for that.
And do we have any idea?
No,
do we have any idea?
I could get number on operations, but not on people.
Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Oh, I have one thing. John, I noticed coming into town that the city has an electronic sign up advising visitors of a 2-week quarantine. Is there any way we can do that at the county line coming up Highway 82? I mean, it's great.
Yeah, and I know we're. Sorry, Patty. Okay.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah, so I know we've been looking at use of our variable message signs and trying to get CDOT actually to use the signs to put those messages up. I have not been on the highway, and I have not talked to the JIC today to know where we're at in that process.
Yeah, because I think if the city has one, it's great, but it'd be really good if people do when they were entering the county, so they didn't get all the way to the city and wonder. So I think the more we can notify them of that. Thanks, John.
I agree, Patty, before people turn off at Snowmouse.
Yeah, somewhere in that stretch somewhere. Yeah, that's even better, Kelly. So definitely before Snowmass turn off.
Yeah, I saw a notice at the entrance to Gunnison County that the county is closed, basically. They don't want any visitors there whatsoever. So that's kind of a, similar tactic, although we're being more liberal, letting people come, but then they have to quarantine for 2 weeks.
Well, Gunnison County also said they're the first county to think about enforcement with a $5,000 or up to 18 months in jail, but that's kind of a provision mandated under public health mandates within the state. So
yeah,
we're all under that provision.
I had a question, John. Just if you could reiterate for us, I get a lot of questions about why some people call and ask, why is the airport open at all? Who's in charge of the airport? If you could just give us an explanation again for the public benefit about the airport situation.
So the FAA controls the airspace and the aircraft that are coming into the airfield. It needs to be pursuant to legislation, for example, that creates our curfew and restrictions on operating at the airport. We also have grant assurances that the county has accepted over the years that we will keep the airport open pursuant to direction from the FAA on that. They've made it very clear right now that they consider the airport an essential service. I think from a public health perspective, we do too. We're doing mercy flights out of the airport. It can be an important piece of transportation infrastructure, both for people and cargo. The last numbers I saw, more people were going out, frankly, than coming in. But that does not include GA, to George's earlier point. That's on the commercial side. And we've really gone down to, like I said, people in the teens right now coming through. We definitely have more people traveling up on Highway 82.
Patty?
Yeah, and just a side note, I had a local pilot call me today and thank me for having the airport open because he needed to maintain his certifications on his plane, and his time frame, he has a very narrow window, so he needed to be able to take his plane up today to get those certifications with the plane and with his flight time, and he would not have been able to do so if the airport had been closed.
Okay, any other questions?
I got
Go ahead,
yeah.
Kelly.
I want to revisit our discussion from hours ago about dogs. I don't know if you guys saw Gary Tenenbaum's email. He had mentioned that the traffic on the trails is starting to resemble June and July levels of traffic, and that they are bringing seasonal rangers on early to help with that. And, I just want to suggest that maybe we revisit our off-leash dog areas during the course of this public health order.
Can I? Yeah,
Patty?
Kelly, I can understand that, but my concern would be then we're going to push people with dogs to other areas that are maybe more consolidated. And can we, and maybe we can with kind of a police power or something, reverse something that we've allowed under a resolution or a management plan? I don't know. I bet we could under a pandemic emergency situation. But yeah, I just, sometimes the unintended consequences, you close something to something and it pushes everybody to someplace else, and then you have a bigger problem. So I think we should give it a try with the rangers when we're upping the ante with how many rangers we have to see and get the word out to people. With they've already got signs posted at the bottom of Smuggler about social distancing. I love the one on some of the trails in town that's the length of your skis. I think people can get a concept with that. But see if the rangers can get the word out.
Yeah, but dog doesn't read.
Well, I'm saying, but their owners are supposed to. Yeah. It's up to the owner. I can't blame it on the dogs. I blame it on the owners and people who don't take responsibility. But again, I don't want to push it into other areas that may create bigger problems for us. So I think we give it a try with more rangers, and if the rangers come back and say, hey, ask them to report back to Gary and Gary to report back to us, and then we can take further steps.
Yeah, I would like to get almost a daily or a couple times a week report back from Open Space and Trails on
See about trail use.
the Rangers report. Add that to our regular report, because I got a phone call at home waiting for me. Somebody who they were walking with their young girls on the Rio Grande Trail, and the people's dogs were jumping up on their girls. So
yeah, I think
dogs
that's
off
a good
leash.
idea.
So I think there are some issues out there that are causing some problems for people, and potentially passing the virus on to people
Well,
who don't
dogs
have
off
it.
leash on the Rio Grande Trail is a blatant violation.
Yeah, so having the rangers out there, I think, would help alleviate that problem.
But I think having a report come back for Gary is a good idea. See what the trail use
I would
is.
just say that any decision, we're in the phase now of trying to prevent exposures in the next couple weeks, right? So decisions should be made quickly.
Well, I have
Yeah, Patty?
I have more of a concern of that many people being on Smuggler Road. It's like a constant stream of people I can see from my front porch. That to me is a bigger concern, because in some cases there's what's social distancing when you've got that constant stream? It's like standing in line to, to get into a Broncos game and everybody packed in. So I think a report back from rangers as to increases in use and issues on the trails would be very beneficial, and the sooner the better.
Okay. John, have you?
I see George had his hand up.
George?
Yeah, thank you. I was really agreeing with Kelly, and I guess, John, it's really goes back to Karen Coleman, the public health, and the incident management team to look at these issues, because people are taking their dogs and they're doing that in not just by themselves, but with another person or two. And so all of a sudden you've got 2 or 3 dogs on a trail, like even the Rio Grande, you get 2 or 3 people walking. And as Kelly said, or Greg said, if we could just get through, hopefully the next 2-3 weeks, maybe we can get over this hump.
I don't know if John Ely's still on or had a chance to listen. I think understanding the process there might be helpful. John, are you still with us?
I think he left a long time ago.
No, I'm here. I've been doing other work though, so I missed whatever the conversation was.
I think to summarize, I think the question from the board is, we've got certain off-leash areas established for dogs. I think they're in open space management plans, so that includes, I think, Smuggler and Jaffe Park, if I remember correctly. If we wanted to exercise a leash law, or to take away that leashless area for a little bit, what is the process we'd have to go through to do that?
The management plans are adopted by the Open Space and Trails Board. That delegation was done by the BOCC. The BOCC can just simply pass a resolution overriding that management plan and then post those properties and start enforcing.
So we'd have to have a special meeting to do that, since we don't have a regular meeting till the 22nd?
Well, you can do it next Tuesday.
I'd be in favor of putting that on for Tuesday through the public health order. I think a leash law makes a lot of sense. It's an issue that's on the front of people's minds. Let's be proactive.
Yeah.
If that's the intent of the board to do it next Tuesday, in advance of that, we can start posting the property anyway to get voluntary compliance. I bet most people would pay attention to it.
Yeah, because the other option is we close the trails, and nobody wants to see that.
That's true too.
Well,
yep.
Yeah, I can support those 2 areas being dogs on leash for we can't specify a time because we don't know what the time frame is going to be. But I am really concerned about a stream of people, I'm sorry, going up and down Smuggler Road. So I would really like a report from the rangers as to the volume they're seeing there, and if there's issues with social distancing, because people are huffing and puffing going up there, and maybe coming down too, I don't know, and you've got bikes, and now you've got dogs on leashes that create some kind of issues with bikes. So I think having a report from the rangers to let us know what they're seeing out there is important, because we may need to think about some trail closures if people are not following the rules.
Mm-hmm.
If we're going to put a dog on a leash because people aren't following the
you're
rules.
Right, Patty. Definitely.
Yeah, so we're going to have to be even stricter. We're punishing the dogs. Maybe it's, we need to be looking at the people.
Okay, so I think putting a special meeting on for next Tuesday on our agenda for doing an emergency dog leash ordinance.
Well, we'd be overriding the management plans for those 2 properties regarding leash laws. And I think we need to post them as soon as possible, that this is impending and people should be prepared. Well, they should have their dogs on a leash now.
Well, and to George's point also, depending on what report you get from the OST rangers, you may want to consider doing something else. You know, a temporary closure or some other active steps to reduce the volume of people if it's beyond the, you know, the practical point of maintaining social distance.
We're going to have a permitting process on Smuggler Road.
I've never hoped for bad weather more in my life.
John, is there
Kelly, this weekend?
Is there any other solution we can apply to this to impress upon people the importance of restraining their dogs with a leash wherever they happen to be? If there happen to be other people around, how do we impress upon people that they need to control their animals in a much more responsible and, you know, narrow circumstances? Is there some other way we can issue a statement about the gravity of this possibility of asymptomatic spread? That's easy for you to say, of dogs.
Asymptomatic.
You know, thank you. I knew that's what I was trying to say. Just wondering if there's something else we can say to impress upon them, so it's not just Smuggler and it's not just the Rio Grande. It's, okay, folks, use restraint and common sense throughout the community. This is an appeal from us.
Greg, you're
Can't
such
make a
wishful
resolution about that,
thinking.
can we?
It just goes along with the message we've been saying for 5 weeks in terms of social distancing, and we're probably reaching maybe 80% of the people, which is great, but there's another 20% that we're not reaching, and we're hearing about, whether it's going up a kayak or playing volleyball or whatever.
Okay.
Well, another option, if the board wants to shut that trail down now, or if you want to do something else like if the congestion, you know, the back and forth traffic on Smuggler, on certain stretches of the Rio are that bad, you know, I'm not sure about the efficacy, but there's a recommendation out at least for wearing masks, and the masks are not necessarily production masks, but are even just kerchiefs like most of us have worn to the grocery store in the last, you know, well, since the governor's recommendation. But that can become mandatory instantly
We'll put
with
our masks on.
public health director's order. And she can do that anytime she wants.
Yeah, and John, we just have to clarify. It's not masks; it's face cloths. There's a big difference, right, John?
That's true. You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's all because
Non-medical, it's what the governor termed it. Non-medical mask is what how the governor termed it.
Guys, the more specific we get in the order, too, the harder it is to enforce. I think getting the messaging out and the guidelines out is important, but this is a challenging thing to enforce as it is, and so the more specific we try and get, frankly, the less we're probably going to be enforcing.
So let's see what the Rangers say.
Yeah, I think we need to wait, get the
And
Rangers
here's the
report.
trend here's the trend I just project for you guys, because this happens every spring, right? Is that as the weather gets good, a few limited locations open up before everything else is ready to open up, and everyone's anxious to get out there, and those spots get crowded. So we'll talk about how maybe there's even some other mitigation options that we can look at there, short of closing down, because as soon as you close down, people aren't magically going home. They're going somewhere else.
John, I think the new information we're getting just in the last 24 hours is that animals actually can be transmitters asymptomatic. Patty, thank you, transmitters. And that's new enough information. The community should be alerted that there's information out now about how, you know, runners and hikers breathing heavily have a much greater than 6 foot effectiveness for transmission. Don't know if that's true or not, but there's a lot of chatter about these things. The problem that I perceive is that while we're all talking about this, in a RAFTA meeting last week, I know it was suggested that we talked about masks a while back, and one of the board members said, well, we have to wait for a direction from the public health director and the IMT. And until that comes, we shouldn't be making a decision. I kind of feel like we're making a call now on leashes and more restriction, and I don't want to wait for the public health director if we don't have to, but I want to make sure that we're all on the same boat here.
I think I think this board, pursuant to what John said, and you have the ability to make that call. That's within your jurisdiction. What I'd be cautious about is whether there's really scientific evidence. I know I saw one story of a tiger, I think.
In the Bronx.
Right now. And I don't know that that's necessarily constituting public health information that we should be putting out yet. So I'd caution on that.
I agree.
If I could just add, I know the next Board of Health meeting is a week away, which seems like an eternity if we're discussing these things, because it's all happening so quickly.
When is it?
So I just want to make sure that public health is in the loop and they're not following on this, because they're, as we know, the sentiment is swirling at the speed of the internet.
Yeah. But we'll have that discussion, and just for everyone's sake, I mean, if you look at the activities that have been wound down, there is a huge amount of activity. We're talking about very, very small increments of interactions now that we're talking about managing relative to if we're full on open, closing down the ski season over the next couple weeks, with all our construction projects going on and restaurants and bars. And so the base is still there. And I know it can seem when we see these instances and we want to manage those risks, but understand we're managing now small increments of interaction. So it's a good place for us to be as a community.
If I could follow up with one last comment on, you mentioned construction industry. Of course, we're still getting the letters and the inquiries from the construction community. I think it's important just to keep the public information flow out from everyone regarding the gravity of the situation, why we have these stringent orders about closures and construction. I think that message needs to keep going out because the questions keep coming back to us.
Yeah, and we're obviously getting those too, and none of these decisions have been easy because these are real impacts on people's lives. They're not made in a vacuum. Picken County, just Picken County, this does not include the city of Aspen, it does not include Snowmass Village, had 180 active construction projects. You can probably anticipate that there's a similar number happening in our municipal jurisdictions. That represented a lot of workers, a lot of potential contacts and vectors that we decided for the purposes of the public health order and for the sake of our preserving the capacity in our medical system, that was one of the many areas that we looked at rolling activities back. I do think construction, when we stage our walkout of these public health orders, that's also one of the easier areas to oversee and probably manage in terms of social distancing and such. So I'd anticipate those are some of the first activities that probably come back. But we need to continue to have those discussions with our public health team.
Thanks for saying that, John. I was thinking of that as well. I appreciate that you've affirmed that.
Okay, Patty?
Real quick, at the same time, John, when you're talking about the 180 projects, which is a lot of activity, we also have to keep in mind, too, that that's 180 projects, how many construction workers, who, and a lot of them do live paycheck to paycheck, that are going to be in need of economic assistance. So that's a big thing we need to take into consideration, not to, belittle the issue of protection of public health, but just to remember that we're creating a huge economic impact to those individual workers, and that may mean we need to up the ante into our economic assistance funds. And that's not just Pickens County, it's Eagle County and Garfield County, because so many of those workers don't live in Pickens County, and they're going to be impacted greatly.
Yeah, Patty, and that's exactly what's made all of these decisions absolutely agonizing.
Yep. What is it, right versus right, or wrong versus wrong, or damned if you do and
We're
damned if you
calling
don't?
these right versus right kinds of questions for sure. Not wrong versus wrong.
Okay, John, do you have anything else on open discussion?
No, I'm done now. Thank you for giving me so much time. That is a lot of items to cover.
No, it's important. Commissioners, other open discussion items? So,
how about
hearing none,
if I make a motion to adjourn?
Yes, you get the honors to make a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Kelly.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Thanks, guys. Stay well and happy
Thank you.
Easter.
Yep. Be well.
Thank you all.
Happy Easter. Happy Passover.
Happy
those who
Passover.
celebrate. I believe Ramadan is around the corner.
All right. Grassroots, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Grassroots.
Goodbye.
I always love that sweet little lady. Steve, you did a great job. Not easy to do, but you did a great job.